sure y'all can hear me. I know you can right now because I forgot to put my mic on mute. But I'm about to unmute. Give me 1 second. I just gotta test one thing, make sure it works, and then when it works, I'll go ahead and unmute. Let me see. What is it called? My bad. Let's see. All right. Am I going? Wait a minute. Is my volume up? Okay, cool. All right, all right. We're good. Give me 1 second. We're about to start. Give me 1 second. I am here. Just give me a sec. Actually, you know what? Here. So as you see today, let me go ahead and where is that? Boom. We are building the Shenlong Gundam today. I know. Hold on, let me turn this off. That's what we're building. We are doing the Shenlong. That's what we're doing for this month. You got voted for it. Oh, I forgot to grab that. Give me a sec. But this is the kit that we're building today. Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second. My bad. I've been having a chaotic morning. I'm having a chaotic morning, so I'm trying to get things in order. But where is it at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Let me go here. Go here. Let me go to here. Here. No, that's not what I want. I want. Oh, where's that? Oh no, where did I put it? There it is. Okay. That's not the right one. Oh, this one. Here it is. There we go. Boom. Alright, there we go. Alright, got it. Alright, now we're good. Let's see right here. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where are we at? Where are we at? OBS. Let's go ahead and get. So I'm a mess this morning, so bear with me. I am a mess this morning. But since y'all voted for it, that's what I was looking for. This is what y'all voted for, the Shenlong Gundam. So we're building the Shenlong Gundam. My bad. I only have 2 this month because all the other kits that I have aren't going to be here until next month. Technically, I think I do have 2 other kits to build, but I didn't want to put those up too, just to be honest. But why am I getting an echo? I don't know where the echoes come from. Either way, next month I think I got 3 kits. I think next month will be back up to 3 kits. But yeah, so you only had 2 to choose from. Y'all chose Shenlong, so we're doing Shenlong this month. Boom. And so that's what's happening. So yeah, so today's of course a live build. I was wondering if I should do this either today or tomorrow, but I decided to go ahead and, like I said, why? Hold on. why wait till tomorrow what you can accomplish today? So we can do it today. And again, once I'm done, I can't really stay. I gotta get up out of here because I got some other stuff I gotta work on right after this. But at least I could do this. And I want to. So, yep. So, as you know, if you haven't been here, I usually go ahead and I build and I watch various different content and tell you my feelings on it. So that's what we're going to do today as usual. So once again, this is what we're building. The Shenlong. I want to see. Boom. Boom. I know you can't see it because that blue fence sticker. Boom. And boom. So there you go. Let's go ahead and get started. So like I said, I'm only going to be here long enough to get this build done. And once I'm done, I got to go. So... I think next week I might get a couple more Earl Grades too. I really shouldn't, but I need to. I'm not gonna lie. I am a little testy today. And that's only because I just got what you call it? Denied a job today, so I wasn't happy about that. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm ready to go. I applied. I just got the email today saying that yeah, they didn't want me. So I'm like, what the? And I'm not too happy about that because that one was going to be a nice little job right up the street from my house. Man, it would have been perfect, but I didn't get it. So anyways. The one thing I don't like about this kit, which I may, you know what? I may do that. I hate those two little, like, I hate that these are stickers. I don't like that about this kit. Because, yeah, I did look this one up. Just in case y'all want to see it. Where's that? There we go. Boom. Boom. There you go. Alright. Oh, that was about to be bad. Ooh, that needs to be dusted. Nope. Go ahead here. Here. Can you see it? Alright. Got this one. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a quick build. Alright, cool. So yeah, as soon as I'm done with this build, I gotta move on to something else. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this build and get up out of here. Hopefully shouldn't take me that long. Here's the stickers, which I'll put on right there. Here. Come on. legs there. Going right there. Alright, and then the last one. Right there. Right there, and there we go. I think I got all the fit right. It's all fitting right. Oh, cut it here. Right there. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. As you know, I like to start first, and then we'll turn on something to listen to. So let me just get started first. Where do I want to start at? Oh yeah, I forgot. One of my friends printed this off for me, so I want to thank him for that. Now I can put the runners, which is what this is. Let's see if it works. Yeah, I think it works. Yeah. Okay. I'm liking this. Hey, it works. Oh, that don't work. Oh, no, don't fall. Not perfect. Okay, it's not perfect. Okay, I gotta make sure to put it in there. Cool. Put this in there. No, actually, let me put this in ABC order. So this is A1. That right there. Okay. I want to put this in order. A1. Is that it? Just A1? Oh, wait a minute. No, it's just A2. A2. Put it right here. That's nice. B1. So I'll throw one right there. Like I said, this is something new. Shout out to my friend because he actually has a printer. And so, yeah, he actually printed this off for me. B2. Let's just go on. Oh, okay. That ain't gonna work. Okay, B2 maybe was a problem. Okay, I made C. B2 needs to stay right there. We'll do C. And then D1. And then D2. Alright. Cool. Alright. So yeah. Shout out to my friend for printing that off for me. I appreciate it. Either way, let's go ahead and get started. What else am I looking for? Alright, there we go. Let's see what we got. A1, PC2, and now I need C. So let's see. So I need PC2. That's PC2. Need PC1. Alright. I need A1 13. A1. What's it? 13. 13. 13, 14. No, 13. A1 15 and 13. A1. 13. I think that might be okay. Thirteen. Three. 4. Get that crap off of there. Oh, don't do that. Alright. 13, 15, 14. So I'll wait on that. Let me just get the C's done first. C 13, 14. This has to be C. No, that's B1. B2. This is C. No, that's D1. What the heck? Oh, C. I know what C that. Okay. No, that's B2. What the heck is C? Is this C? Well, that's D2. Oh, here we go. C is 13, 14. So 13 and no, that's 14. This is 13. All right, let's go ahead and start putting some of this together. A1. This is A115. Right here. Yep, like that. And PC 2. A1. It's this way, right? Yep. This 13. It's this way. Right. Yeah, it's this way. Then go this way. Boom. And then 114. And 114. Do 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 do. Oh, jeez. All right. Do that. This goes right here. Yep. And then it goes right in here. All right. I think I'll go ahead and start putting something on now. Let's go ahead and put on something. Where is there we go. You're too small. All right. We're gonna do that one. All right, this was a month ago. We could watch this. Let's watch this.
I'm kind of a deal hunter, so.
We use the Spectrum savings calculator to...
Let's go ahead.
Complete Beast Wars Transformers. Lore explored. We can never be too tired of Transformers content, and
Agreed.
Beast Wars was the perfect addition to the rich lore of this fascinating universe. Released in September 1996, the series had a moderate run of 3 years, concluding its third season in May 1999. It is the first Transformers series featuring computer-animated characters and one of the earliest patrons of CGI cartoons. The series was also released in Japanese format and enjoyed worldwide popularity. The series takes on a similar plot device, but it's not Autobots versus Decepticons, but Maximals versus Predacons. In this video, we will take you through everything that takes place around this intense battle and the lore surrounding the show. And if you want more of this cartoon awesomeness, make sure you subscribe to our channel.
I'm stuck! Rat trap, help Cheetor! We'll cover you!
Season 1 Beast Wars, Part 1. Somewhere deep in space, a portal opens up, releasing 2 starships, one chased by the other. Both the fleeing Predacon warship and the pursuing Maximal exploration vessel carry battle marks. While the 2 ships engage, they are caught in the gravitational pull of a nearby planet, and both ships crash onto the surface, but in different locations. However, before crashing, the exploration ship Axelon releases several stasis pods containing Maximal protoforms that are left to orbit the planet. The Predacon computer informs Megatron, the Predacon boss, that the mystery planet has too much energon, but it can quickly rot the original robot forms, so Megatron orders a quick scan for transformation. The scan picks up dinosaur fossils, as well as tiny creatures like spiders and wasps, whereas a similar scan of the Maximal ship goes over cheetahs, rhinos, rats, and gorillas. The Maximals playfully bicker among themselves as they check their new animal forms, and even take up new names, but Optimus Primal reminds them that the crew should carefully transform, as too much exposure to energon will damage them, whereas energon is something they need to power up. Rhinox further points out that the transwarp portal enables travelling through space and time. With the animals in sight, there's no doubt the planet is Earth, but the 2 moons pose a question that needs to be answered. Now, to give you more context, the Predacon are descendants of the Decepticons, and Megatron is the namesake of the original Transformer villain. Megatron has stolen the ship Darkseid, which has a transwarp device. Meanwhile, the Maximals are the descendants of the Autobots and are led by Optimus Primal, who appears as a gorilla. The situation is a lot different in the Predacon ship, where First Officer Dinobot calls Megatron stupid and a loser. He challenges the T-Rex Megatron, who in retaliation laughs it off and has Scorponok blast off Dinobot. Megatron doesn't waste time as he sends the crew to find and destroy the Maximals. It's revealed that the Maximals were chasing the Predacons as they have stolen the Golden Disc, which can help them look for places that have energons. As Rat Trap complains, Cheetor decides to hang out with fellow cheetahs and runs off despite Optimus's protest. Cheetor's action hilariously backfires as the cheetahs freak at witnessing a talking cheetah and a robot in disguise. The poor cheetahs are probably having a bad day as they freak out for the second time when they come across Waspinator. Cheetor realizes the truth and engages Waspinator, while all the firing attracts the attention of the rest of the Maximals. They head out to help Cheetor, and soon Megatron and his troop of Predacons arrive. Optimus Primal tries out a futile peace talk, but Megatron assures him that the Predacons are biding their time and still harbour the desire for a galactic invasion. The groups transform as they get into a fight, and yes, it is still exciting to watch. The Predacons activate with Terrorize and the Maximals Maximize. The CGI effect.
This is such a good series. Yeah, I freaking love Beast Wars. I watched this so many times. Like I said, outside of Gundam, maybe I'll do a video on that one day. I should do a video on that. let's keep going.
Effect definitely gives it a better edge, but the animal forms could have been much better. During the fight, Scorponok's missile traps Cheetor's leg under a boulder. Optimus orders Rat Trap to assist Cheetor, but being a rat, he refuses, so Optimus volunteers to do the job. Optimus is injured as he frees Cheetor. Rhinox also forces Rat Trap to provide for cover fire, and the group heads for their base. It was a wise decision after all, as the Energon buildup forces the Predacons to transform back into animals. On their way back, Optimus confronts Rat Trap for disobeying orders, and although they reconcile, a new threat appears in the form of Dinobot, who challenges Optimus to a fight as he wants to be the Maximals' leader.
Walmart Plus. It's the membership that saves you time plus money with benefits like free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. And Walmart Plus includes video streaming to watch Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Okay, I think that's it, right? Yep.
Beast Wars Part 2. When Dinobot challenges Optimus Primal, the Maximal leader tries to talk it out, but Dinobot is adamant about the fight and has a clear ambition. However, it takes only 2 strikes for Optimus Primal to take down Dinobot, but he refuses to finish off the challenger, as per the rules set by Dinobot. The Dinobot seems honourable but truly delusional to think that he would be accepted as the leader of the Maximals. Dinobot has changed his settings with the Maximal transformation call in anticipation, making us believe he might be a nutcase, but he still takes the chance to strike back, and as the duo fights, Cheetor gets eager to join the fight, and yet Rhinox and Rat Trap stop him. Megatron and his Predacons also notice the fight and find it the perfect opportunity to take them both out. The Predacons transform and attack, but Optimus Primal transforms back to beast mode and saves Dinobot, who is almost about too short due to overexposure to Energon. The rest of the Maximals transform, albeit Rat Trap, needed some coercion to fight back. The Maximals save each other and even Dinobot, whereas the missiles thrown by Predacons hit a mountain, exposing raw and natural Energon. The Predacons head out to obtain the Energons, and so do the Maximals. This episode is a special one in the Transformers saga, as it is the 100th episode in the G1 era. However, the writers of the show originally did not want Beast Wars to be a sequel to the Transformers 1984 series. The Predacons head toward the mountain, and Megatron dreams of winning the war against the Maximals. On the other hand, the Maximals notice a plane of land and a Stonehenge-like structure, but before they can ponder, Pterosaur and Waspinator attack. An airborne Optimus fires a shot, weakening them, and Dinobot charges after. However, when a piece of rock gets accidentally hit and almost falls on Rhinox, Rat Trap assumes Dinobot as a traitor. Optimus breaks them apart, and soon after, the two factions meet in their beast form on top of the Energon mountain. The two groups fight in their beast form until Megatron severely damages Optimus's leg and attempts to blow him up with a missile. Diverts the missile with his tail, but it hits one of the mountains, and the unstable Energons blow in a massive explosion while Megatron shorts out. Dinobot reminds Optimus that they are now even, and saving him won't mean he is loyal. Rat Trap wishes to go home, but Optimus Primal notes that for now they should keep the war limited to the mysterious planet and call it Beast Wars. The web. Rhinox has created a new comlink that can work within long ranges without being affected by Energon interferences. Cheetah volunteers to test it out, and although Optimus Primal has faith in him, Rhinox is doubtful. Rhinox is right, as Cheetor hears an explosion, reports it to Optimus, and goes to investigate despite Optimus's protest. Cheetor finds Scorponok in his beast form, trying to pull a mega cannon out of the rubble. Cheetor reports it to Optimus and transforms to get the mega cannon from Scorponok, while Tarantulas creeps in from Cheetor's back. Scorponok uses the element of surprise to blast off Cheetor and leaves. Optimus Primal scans the desert and finds a severely damaged Cheetor. This follows in what seems like a dream sequence, where Cheetor finds himself at Cybertron and fighting Megatron, Pterosaur and Waspinator. Cheetor wins, but suddenly Tarantulas and Scorponok appear, taking him out until he wakes up inside Axelon, all repaired. The dream sequence features the Decepticon plane Starscream, which is the first direct reference to the Transformers, 1984. Optimus Primal shares his disappointment with Cheetor for not following orders and for damaging Rhinox's comlink. However, it doesn't seem to have taken much effect, as when Optimus leaves to consult with Dinobot, Rattrap teases Cheetor, and he runs away to take matters into his own hands. Rhinox realizes this won't end well and forces Rattrap to go after Cheetor to stop him from doing something foolish. While Scorponok and Pterosaur install the recovered Mega Cannon, Cheetor spies on them. However, once again, Tarantulas pulls him into an underground tunnel. Cheetor wakes up for the second time to find himself stuck in a stasis web inside a dark cave. Tarantulas explains that the web will drain his body out of its energy fluid, keeping the flesh intact. While Tarantulas waits for his meal to be ready, Rattrap arrives at the place and finds the underground cavern. Meanwhile, at Axelon, Optimus, Dinobot and Rhinox discuss their next course of action while examining the holomap of Predacon Base. Dinobot wants to attack the Predacons, but Optimus intends to follow a clearer strategy. Optimus asks about Rattrap, and Rhinox keeps covers for Rattrap and Cheetor. The original idea of the Rattrap was to be more damaged and disabled. It was intended to be a tragic character, overcoming his limitations, but was later cancelled, as designing the organic innards was difficult. Rattrap transforms and engages Tarantulas, but the Predacon turns on his heat scanners. Rattrap fools him with a hot box and blasts him off. He tries to shut down the machine trapping Cheetor, but ultimately resorts to blowing it up. As Rattrap rescues Cheetor and attempts to flee, Tarantulas sends a missile that hits the stasis web instead and blows up the entire cavern, which collapses on poor Tarantulas. Clearly, with Megatron doing the same earlier, these boys don't have much sense of their surroundings. After reaching Axelon, Rattrap keeps on the charade in front of Optimus Primal, but later threatens Cheetor not to repeat his mistakes. A grateful Cheetor promises to himself to mend his ways.
Cat's got a scat!
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound. Get your message right every time.
Messed up.
Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
Let me get one a little closer.
Nature Made.
Still taking yours?
Every day.
Take charge of your gut with Nature Made.
All right.
Clinically studied probiotics that support your digestion.
Equal measures. As Optimus Primal watches the weather in the mountains, he worries and shatters a cliff, revealing a large deposit of energon. Optimus radios his team to abandon the mission, but the storm interference messes up the message. At Axelon, the team was preparing to install energon monitoring devices designed by Rhinox. Cheetor also toys with one of Dinobot's inventions, a time bomb, and drops it accidentally, only for Optimus Primal to catch it. As Optimus cancels the mission, the team gets dejected, and mostly Cheetor. Dinobot tries to utilize the situation to fulfill his own agenda. He manipulates Cheetor into leaving the base with the monitoring devices. Dinobot points out that Optimus treats Cheetor like a child, and that with his speed, Cheetor is the perfect one to outrun the storms. The ruse works, and Cheetor heads out and starts planting the devices in his mecha form. However, a bolt of sudden lightning throws him off, and the apparatus gets accidentally stuck on an area filled with energons. The charge on the machine makes it difficult for Cheetor to pull it out, and when another bolt of lightning hits the device, Cheetor gets teleported to the Predacon base control panel. Pterosaur scans the surroundings and gets startled but recovers and welcomes Cheetor to the dark side. The line was so much misinterpreted by fans that the Predacon base came to be known as Darkside. Pterosaur transforms to give a fight but gets accidentally teleported. Cheetor mans the hover platform of the Predacons but gets pursued by Scorponok and Waspinator. Meanwhile, Pterosaur gets teleported to the Axelon control panel and Dinobot finds him. Dinobot notices that the control panel has turned into a teleporting machine and starts manipulating Pterosaur to form an alliance and rule both factions together. However, after figuring out how the teleportation works, Dinobot flushes out Pterosaur and soon faces Optimus Primal, who asks him about Cheetor. Back at the Predacon base, Cheetor continues running away from Waspinator and Scorponok as they try to blast him or burn him. Cheetor momentarily gets time at the control panel and finds out that both the bases are at opposing ends, sharing the same energon vein, so blowing up one base would be blowing up the other. Cheetor wisely records it in what looks like a floppy disk and teleports it to Axalon. Simultaneously, Dinobot again manipulates Optimus, making him believe Cheetor sacrificed his life by entering the enemy base. As per story editor Bob Forward, Dinobot is a descendant of Grimlock from the Transformers 1984 series. Dinobot also teleports his time bomb. And
I didn't know that. That's crazy. Hey, what's up? I gotta remember this. Why? How you doing, in a way? Thanks for showing up. Oh, no. Why did I mess up? Good question. Well, one, I just accidentally closed the chat. I don't know how he did that. But secondly, it's because I accidentally... This was supposed to go in first before this was supposed to go in. That's why I messed up. But I got it working. I got it fixed. That's why. Now, let me... bring back. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. All right, hold on. Let me fix this chat. But welcome. Thanks for joining the live stream. I definitely appreciate it. But yeah, that's what's happening. Okay, here we go. Had to fix the freaking chat. There we go. All right, we're good now. Yeah, I mean, so, good question. I mean, the easy thing I would say is to probably, well, let me answer your first question. Ariel's actually a pretty good kit. And yeah, I mean, if you got the time, I would definitely say assemble it this weekend. You probably don't have any tweezers, because that's probably what I would recommend is using tweezers. But the way I started, when I started doing all this, I normally just use my fingernails. So I would just say, when it comes to the stickers, so like this, you want to go ahead and kind of use your fingernails. That's what I've done. So that's what I used to do when I first started this. But yeah. No, that's actually a really good kit to start with. As long as you like the kit that you chose, that's the most important thing. But yeah, it's not being your first kit. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, the one thing I would recommend though, if you're going to build, try not to build on carpet, because if you build on carpet like many times on this channel, you will lose pieces very easily. So make sure if you can, try not to build it on carpet, because little pieces will easily get lost, and you want to be in some place where you can find it. Other suggestions? There's not any more outside just follow the instructions. That's the best thing that you can do. Follow the instructions and make sure to read them so you don't mess up. And I don't know if you can see it on my stream, but where's it at? Like parts like this. If you can see it, hopefully you can see it. It's like a part like that where you'll accidentally cut parts that you shouldn't be cutting. Pay attention to that. But other than that, it should be all right. Perfect. So as long as you watch that, if you can, try not to build on carpet. And when it comes to small stickers, mainly use your fingernails. You should be just fine. So those are all my tips for being a first-time builder. Like I said, you probably don't have a kit, so I'll just show you how. I'll show you on one part. You want to get nippers if you can afford them. The big ones you want to get are the God hand ones. You know, you don't need the most expensive one, actually, to be honest. These are the nippers I use for a long time. But if you don't have nippers, then it's fine. Just, again, use your fingers. Let me see. I want to try to find one. So, like, you know, you may need to do that. Let me find a piece that, let me see what is an internal. Okay, yeah, so this is an internal piece. So, for example, just in case you don't have nippers, just see how easy that is? You know, use your fingers, press it. The only reason why... Yep. Okay, so you do have nippers. Cool. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it works. It totally works. The big thing that I like to use, and again, I'm not the best at it. There's better people that build. There are better builders out there than me. And that's only because I don't put in the effort to really become really good at this, honestly. I would say if you could get a blade like this, if you have one, be careful, by the way. If you could get a blade like this is good for... Yeah, I think a hobby knife should work. So if you have a blade, you kind of want to use that. So if you're looking at this part right here, zoom, focus, camera focus, there we go. See right there? So I use this blade to kind of clean it, to kind of clean up the nubs. So you gotta be careful so you don't cut into the kit. As you see, I already cut into it a little bit right here. It happens. It sucks, but it happens. And plus, this is a softer plastic. See? Kind of cut. There you go. And some of the stuff you can just use your fingernail to kind of like, if you see like any little like white stuff, just use your fingernail. Sometimes you can just get off with a fingernail. Yeah, I know. I've done it too. What you can do is something I would probably recommend for people who are starting this hobby. You might want to get yourself some gloves, like, because they have cutting gloves. So when you're cutting kits, it won't slice your hand. But I've been doing this for so many years that I don't want to jinx myself, but I haven't cut myself, I want to say, probably for like 2 years. But that's because I've been doing this for so long. So that's probably one thing I would recommend. Probably in the future, if you can afford it, just get some gloves for your hands for just cutting. So you don't actually slice your hand off or slice your finger. Because it's very, very easy, especially if you see something like this, to easily slice your hand or slice your finger. You see right there, I messed up. It happens. Like I said, I'm not the expert builder. Also, like I said, that's a little later. But you know, if you can, like I said, I don't usually sand, but sanding is a good thing that you can do too. But you got to understand the different levels. Like I said, I'm not that good at that. So, but yeah, you could definitely sand. That's something that you could do too. But yeah, yeah, the big thing is as long as you got nippers and just have something to kind of clean up, because the problem with nippers, if you, oh, that's another thing I would recommend, that when you cut, I would probably recommend you cut up here first. You see? I don't know if you can see it, but it's fine. Cut more up here than directly at the part, so you leave that residue. So you leave kind of like that part, and then kind of clean up with the, like I said, with a little hobby knife, just so it comes off cleaner. That's something that I found that actually works. But yeah, those are some of my suggestions. Yeah, that's pretty much all the suggestions I really have for you. Anything else I can recommend? No, I think that's about it. But with it being a high grade, like I said, you'll be just fine. The big thing is just follow the instruction. You see, I just dropped the part. Oh, jeez. And I have no idea where it dropped to. Oh no. Ah, crap. Well, I just dropped the part. The one that I told you not to do is not. Oh, there it is. Whew. Crap. Don't build on carpet. Because it's really easy. It's really easy to lose parts. Yeah, I mean, I want to recommend you start with sanding. I would say that's a little bit more, kind of more advanced. I would say. Like I said, I don't even sand, but that's just because that's just me being lazy, to be honest. Oh my god, I just did it again. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said if you can, try not to build on carpet. Yeah, like I said, sanding is not something I would probably even think about as a beginner. That's probably something I would say later, because even I'm not really good at sanding. So that's why I wouldn't really worry about sanding right now. And again, don't be afraid. That's another thing too. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. You're gonna make mistakes. It's okay. Like it's totally fine. Because I know I've talked to some people, that's one of their biggest worries. Like, what if I mess up with the kit? I mean, again, like I said, if this is your first kit that you're building, you're gonna make mistakes. It's okay. You know, the big thing is you know, as long as you continue on and you keep doing it, you'll get better. That's the big thing. You know, even to this day, as you heard me, I still make mistakes. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, it's really good. Come here, you. Yeah, it's really good. Very easy. Cut. The mark. Yeah, I would definitely recommend getting a cutting mat. Definitely in the future, you should get one of these, because I mean, for the longest time. Well, again, I won't say I'm really good, but yeah, for the longest time I didn't have a cutting mat, but I will say it is definitely helpful, because there's been a couple of times where, like, especially this blade, where I'll drop it and it will sometimes land like this, and yeah, it's nice so it doesn't damage your desk or anything. So I do recommend, especially, I don't cut that way, but I know I've seen some people on YouTube, they like to like go in there and use the cutting mat and cut like this. So yeah, a cutting mat is actually pretty good. I don't notice it because I just don't pay attention to it a lot of times. But yeah, you are right. I would recommend a cutting mat. Oh, what else am I? Do I want to go with the head, or do I want to go with the... You know what? I might go ahead and show you what number is the head. A2. Right? Yep. Yep. Alright, let me see. Let's go to the head. So watch. Okay, I don't want to use my fingers for the head. That's one thing I would say. So the other thing I would say, which is okay. So like, for example, this right here is the head. If you can focus, camera, focus. So that right there is the head. So when it comes to the head, I don't really mind. This is not really good. I'll cut right here. Cutting close like that with the head, and that's only because I know when I build up like the entire helmet, it's gonna hide that part. So that's another thing that you could do, like for strategy when building. If you know the parts are going to be hidden, then yeah, I don't mind like this part. I don't mind cutting like right up to it. Boom. Making it faster, quicker. Because I know the surrounding helmet's going to cover it. As for the stickers, let me try this. The hardest part I'm going to tell you right now is probably going to be the eyes. The head's always going to be the hardest part. So I'll show you how I use it with my fingers. Alright. This, like I said, this is how I used to do it. Come on. Alright, yep. There you go. To be honest, what I used to do when I was younger is my mom would actually have tweezers like in her makeup kit, and I would go in there and steal them just to work with these stickers and the eyes. I'm just trying to show you how I used to do it. All right, there we go. You see? Boom. That's all. Come on, focus. That was done with just my fingers. That's how I used to do it. It's harder. It takes a while, but you could get it done. You just gotta be careful. Boom. All right. Let's see what else. D1, 5, and 6. Let's see what else. All right. I'm gonna cut this part off right here. Get ready to this piece. Because I need to put that in here. There we go. Okay, let me see. What else do I need? D1, 5, so this has to be D1. Yep, got it right. 4, 5, 6, so let me see. So do and then boom. Cool. So now I'll use my knife right here to clean it off. All right, make sure I'm in the frame. You see how clean that looks? And that's why I do it that way, because it just comes out clean. Sometimes. One, two, and then the helmet right here. Come on. Okay, let me reposition myself so I can do this correctly. Let's see. Can't clean it off. Alright, and And there you go. Cleaned off helmet. So let me get this. Yeah, I dropped it. There it is. Alright. One. I will admit it is a good idea to get two nippers because you kind of want one set of nippers to kind of cut close, and you want another pair of nippers to cut like the big plastic parts so you don't really dull your blades so too quickly. That is a very good idea. Oh, see, already messing up. Cut into a part I shouldn't have cut into. Dang it. Alright, come on, you. Yeah. Boom, boom. And then last one is the back helmet. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Alright, let's okay, now we're good. Oh, good. All right, there we go. All right. Come on. Good there. How are we looking? Clean up a little more. All right, and yeah, I think we're good. All right, cleaned off. Woo. There we go. One day I think I'll do a video on. One day I think I may do a video on how to do a full video on building. I may have to do that on my. I may have to do that one of these days. All right, so let me see the tweezers. Okay, so that's gonna go. Oh, I see. Okay, that's this one. All right. Yeah, two. Yep, that's it. All right, there we go. All right, let's do this. All right, and cool. Went on there. It's just nice. All right, and then the way this all goes on. This goes on right here, right? That's what it says. Yep. And this is the back piece. Goes on right here. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, okay. Let's clean this up a little bit more. Let's clean up just a touch more. Let's go ahead, clean that up. Are we cleaned up? Are we good? Does it look nice? Yep, cleaned up. All right, there we go. All good to go. Then we do this. Boom. And then, where is, all right, see where you're at. Oh, yeah, it is. Please. Okay, cool. You are right there. You said that's go to. Let's use this one. Let's use this one. There we go. All right, and then we're going to I think that's okay. And this one goes right in here, like this. Come on. There you go. Come on. There we go. Ah, got it done. And that is your head. Boom. You can't see it. There it is. Whew. That took forever. All right. So now we're done. So yeah. All those signals on some kind of structure. I mean. Okay, let me see. Usually all those stickers have some kind of structure. I mean, they seem to keep on holding it from the tip. I would say it's true with watch. This kit wait till I get to the arms, because it depends, because some stickers when you put them on can be funky. So like this one, because like I said, it has a little set piece, a little set place. This is kind of easier. Come on, go ahead. So because right here, it's kind of easier. But when you do ones kind of like when the arms come up, it's a little janky, and the eyes, depending on the kit, can be really difficult. So yeah, so I would recommend, and again, there's different ways that people do it. There's a guy who I watch on YouTube. He likes to use this blade to put on the stickers. He likes to use a blade to put on the stickers. I personally like using tweezers. That's what I like using. It's easier for me. I could use my fingers because I've been doing this for so long. But yeah, they pretty much have some structure. So it does make it easy to get it to where it needs to be, but it's also hard because sometimes, like I've had it where the stickers fell off and it fell on my legs, and it made it hard to stick. So that's something else you may run into, that I ran into. What is it? The Toggies I have over there. So like that one, I pretty much, the eyes got screwed up because it took me forever to get it. So what I had to do was basically I had to do some surgery and had to cut out like a piece like right over here, just to get the eyes put back on, so I can actually use the eyes. Yeah, there's all little things. I will admit this. Everything based on what I'm saying when it comes to the stickers, that the stickers aren't as bad as what you think, but they can be bad and be annoying. And it really just depends on the kit. That's probably the best way I could put it. It depends on the kit. G1 15 16 per boom boom right here. So those are going to be hidden. Then this part cut here and cut here. I know those aren't going to be hidden. Boom. There we go. When I get done with this build, what I'll do is I'll link some channels of builders who I feel that are kind of better than me, that could definitely give you way better advice than I can. So make sure that when I'm done with this to just stay to the end, because I'll definitely go ahead and link my preferred builders who I think would really be very helpful, way more helpful than I am, because I consider myself an intermediate builder because I've been doing this for so long, but I don't take the extra steps to really be really good at this hobby. There we go. C5. Right here. Nope, that's B2. That means C5. Let me put this back. Right here. I'm gonna just clean some of this little area up. There we go. There we go. Good, then we'll do C5 right there. Boom. Boop. And then boop. There we go. C5, what's next? C5. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, I hate that. The most hated part of this kit, and I want to put that out there, I do not know why they didn't make these separate parts. This is the worst part about this kit, is that they didn't make this part a separate part. That doesn't make any sense. I hate that about this kit. A2. A2 29, you're right there. Ah, dang it. A2 29. Crap. Crap. And crap. Boom. Yes. All right. Let's clean this up. Oh, you see, I'm not even. Oh, let me change my posture. This is gonna be a pain. Alright, I gotta be careful with this one, because this, you could tell this is a piece I could easily break. So, since this is a piece I could easily break, I really gotta. Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Since this is a piece I could easily break, I really want to be careful. I don't want to put too much. Alright. I don't want to go about this. Alright. Let's go about this way. There we go. Alright. Alright, I need to take it. I need to get close with this one. Take it. Alright, yeah, I think, oh yeah, this part right here. Ooh, okay, that works. Alright, there we go. Alright, I think that's everything, right? That's everything, right? Yep, that's everything, so. This one goes this way, and then what's it saying? Alright, let me see. It goes up top, right? Yeah. Says up top right there. Right there. Okay. Do it this way. And then we do it this way. Correct. Another thing I probably recommend if you can afford it, honestly, there's this little plastic piece, and I'll make sure to link it at the bottom of the stream when I'm done. That it's pretty much made to basically disconnect parts. I actually recommend you get that, but I recommend you get a plastic one because the metal can't scrape and scratch up your kit. So you really want to get a plastic one, which again I'll link it when I'm done with this build. All right. So it goes this way. And then you got to use one of the worst stickers in the world. Oh, God, I hate this sticker. So bad. What's it saying? Such a trash decision. My most hated part of this kit. I don't want to do I say I don't know about the one. I haven't really built with Legos, but yeah, if it's a plastic one, then yeah, I think you'll be just fine. Just make sure I would say it's plastic. You see right here, this is my most hated part of this kit. This is why I say this sticker. See that little stupid? I hate that. That's the one decision I hate they made. I don't know if you can see that. That's the shoulder, but that sticker looks like crap. That's the one that I hate about this kit. It's that stupid little sticker. That sticker is trash. I don't know why they didn't make that its own part that you can connect. That's the one thing that I will say that Bandai actually failed about this kit. Is making it its own little sticker. It's the stupidest crap. I hate that crap. Alright, so this is... Okay, yeah. I see. Okay, this one is. Oh. My bad. Okay, let me see. This is D2, C7, C3. Okay. So it's one C3. Not two C3s? So we're going to do C3. C3. Okay. C7. That's this one. C7. Alright. And this is D2, 24, okay. Which were you D2? No. Yes, this has to be D1. So you're D2. Okay, I see now. Okay, I get it. Okay, I see. That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, I got it now. So you know what? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that one yet. I want to do this one first. Yeah, I want to skip ahead. What am I doing? I'm gonna do this one first. So get this arm done. Or actually, I want to get the shoulder done first. That's what I really want to do. So we're gonna start off with the shoulder. Knock that one out first. That's what I really want to do. Because I already kind of know the reason why I'm going with the shoulder instead of doing things in order is because I already did the shoulder. I already know how to do it. So instead of me moving ahead, just go ahead and do the part that I already know how to do. So because I'd rather not skip ahead, I'd rather just do this and knock this out. So then it just speeds up my build, and I don't have to be here forever, because if you gotta take care of responsibilities like I do, hooray! You know, you can always spend as much time as you want, and it's already 11:28, and the goal is to be done with this no later than 2. So if I already know how to do something, then just do it early. But if it's not on that runner, then it must be on this runner. And I know what part I'm looking for. And it's not on this runner. I don't see that part, so it's not here. Then it must be here. No, that's 7. Okay. That's the other shoulder. That one is... Oh, duh. That one doesn't have that one, of course. I just realized that. Because there's only one side. So this one I need D2, 18. D2, 18. 17, 18. Yeah, I could just do this. Because it don't matter, because you ain't going to be able to see those parts. So, oh, I'm not even doing this in screen. My bad. I don't even care, so just do it like this. And then I do D2. That was 17. 17, which is right there. I want to use this one instead. This one, do this one, do this one. Because I don't care, you're not going to be able to see it. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to see this far, are you? Nope. There we go. Alright. And then I need C2. Please don't fall. That is C2. And I need C2. Let me see. Where is C2? There it is. All right. Now let's put all the shoulder together. This one back here. That goes right here. Correct? Yep. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I think so. Let me. Is this it, right? Is this it? Okay, and then this one is. This one goes right here, as you can see. All right. Okay, so that. And then C2 goes right in here. I'm going to do it right there. All right. Yeah. Okay, I see. Because that's what the arm. That makes sense. And then we do this one. Come on. Let's go ahead. Let's do it. Go ahead. And put it all together. All right. And then I just need A229, which is right here. One, two, three. Boom. And now let's take the blade. Now we're going to go ahead and take the blade. Let's go ahead and cut like this. Of course, carefully. Sometimes you guys, it's too big. Just kind of. There we go. That was just too much. Come on. All right. Let's clean it up. There you go. And let's do the same with this side. And oop. Dang it. I cut right into it. It happens, but oh yeah. Cut right into it. And let me move up a little bit. There we go. Cut right into it. Another recommendation I would tell everybody, get a comfortable chair, because the chair I have right now freaking sucks. It is killing me. I really need to get, if there's one that I need to get, it's a new chair. So that's the other advice I would tell y'all. If you're going to sit down and do this, make sure to get yourself a new chair. Get yourself a really good chair. And there you go. Got that done. Got that done. Let's go ahead and put a sticker. Let's put one of the worst stickers on the planet on this kit. Yes, I hate this. I'm totally gonna write this up so when my year review comes out on all the kits I built for this year, this is definitely going to be knocked for the shoulder stickers 110% because those shoulder stickers are stupid. And there you go. I did it out of order, jumped ahead, but okay, hold on. I'll be very, very careful. Oh, jeez. Oh, come on. It's all right. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's not perfect, but it's decent. It's not perfect, but it's decent. All right, so this is all done. Now let's go back to this. Okay, there we go. So let me see how this is gonna work. This is 8, 3, 7. I got 7 and C10 is what I need. So I need 7. Here's 7 and C10. Okay. Do it with the joint. All right. So we got 7 and C10 right there. Okay. And then let me see. What do they have next? C8. Which I see already right here. So I'm going to go with C8. So let's go ahead and take off C8. C8. Cut it right here. All right. Perfect strategy. Okay. Okay, this is for the arm. All right. So let's just start with this right now. So I need D2. Okay, all right here. So D2. I need 23, 22. 23. Cut here. 22. Boom. Cut here. Boom. Up. Boom. That was about to be bad. Boom. And boom. Okay. Where's the... Alright. Let's go ahead and clean. Clean. And... Ooh. Tough one. Crap. Dang it. No. Okay, I'm good. Ooh, that's about to be bad. That was... Okay, I got it barely. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Ooh, that was about to be bad. But it wound up working. Alright. Then we want to do you. Oh, well, that worked out. Oops. That was quick. And then... Alright, let's go ahead and go into this one. Alright, there we go. Oh, I did this. Oh, oops. Okay, it's fine. So, D2. This is C7 here. And then D10 right here, right? Let me look. Okay. So it's like this, exactly. And then I want to do this one. And there we go. And that's that one class. They skipped ahead, and then I need to do, what's it, 23, 24, right? Yep, no, 24, 25. All right, that's fine. All right, let's do this. 2. Oops. 3. 1. A 2. A 3. There we go. 10 points for anyone who knows where that saying came from. Ah, crap. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's not that bad. Oops. All right. Okay, I think we got it here. All right, I think we got it. All right, so now that that's done, I think I'm going to 25, which is not done. All right, let's knock this out real quick. 25. Oh, yeah, you need to clean. Perfect. You brick. Let's do it this way first. Beautiful, and then now. Alright, and now I could just. Alright, so there we go. And now we go ahead and do perfect. Alright. Wait. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright. So then we do this one, 25. Cool. Then not A, but either way. And then C. And it goes like this. Boom. Do I do pound lining? No, I do not do pound lining, and the reason for that, and if you ever look at my YouTube channel, oh, you're actually on my YouTube channel. Perfect. If you go to my YouTube channel and if you go to my shorts, I typically like to show kits in its natural form. So like when people want to go out and buy a specific kit, they know exactly what it looks like without all the panel lining or any of the paint. So, well, that's the first reason why I don't do panel lining. The second reason is it's just I can't afford to keep buying them all the time either. So that's really what it is. But yeah, the big reason is because when people come on my channel and they look at my shorts for all the kits, I want to make sure that when you get the kit out the box, this is what you're gonna get. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just go to my shorts and you'll see them. So any kit that you see on there that you may want to get, it's not pound line. It's exactly how it looks. And you could get it and you can see which one you like. So yeah, so that's the reason why I don't do it. Because like the fact that you're here is the reason why I don't, because I do hope to bring more people into this hobby, you know? That's why I do it. Because I do think that this is a really fun and a great hobby to get into. And I don't ever want people to feel misled, like when you buy on the box, and then because I that happened to me once. The biggest example of that would probably be the P-Bandai Seta Gundam that I got, which the blue is not exactly how it is in the pictures, and I really didn't like that, so that's why I try not to do that. It's like this, right? Yep. Boom. There you go. Wait a minute, what? Why does that scare me? No, that can't be right. Okay. Okay, so that's just for the actual arm. The Shenlong Gundam. That's the one I'm building. And welcome, G-Mech. Appreciate you coming here. Definitely appreciate it. But yeah, I'm building the Shenlong Gundam from Gundam Wing. That's what I'm building right now. Answering questions and having a good time doing it. So yeah. This one goes. Come on. Come on, come on. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Oops. There we go. And it goes like that. There we go. There we go. Oh, shoot. Oh, it has a lot. Oh, yes. I love that. Yep. My favorite pilot, personally, is Duel. I'm more of a Duel fan. But yes, Wu Fei, I would say, is probably my second. If I had to say the order, it would have to be Duel. It had to be Duel, Wu Fei, Troa, Hero, and then yeah. Go. What's you see? I don't even remember his name. Quacha. I can't remember how to pronounce his name. But yes, Quacha. Quacha is the last for me. So okay, Wu Fei, Hero, Quacha, Troa, and you mean Duo at the end? Because you put on Hero twice. Oh, hey, what's up? It's good to see you again, Math. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so Duo at the end. Okay. That makes sense. Welcome to the chat. Appreciate you being here. C9. C9. There we go. I am building the Shenlong Gundam. That's what I'm building right now. B2, 5. That is D. Right here. This has to be B. Yep, B. Do I need B1 or B2? I need B2. Okay, wrong B. B2 is right here. So B2, I need, what says 5 and 6, right? Yep. Yeah. I actually do agree with that statement. Yep, he comes from Wing. That's exactly the series that he comes from. Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, I think every single body besides Troa actually flew the Wing Zero, and they all kind of had different results when they were in the Wing Zero. But yeah, no, I think but that's not, like, I agree with you. That's not really knocking any pilot. You know, I think everybody has their favorites. You know, I have a friend that he's not really a Gundam fan, but I'm sure if he was to see the series, because he's a pacifist, he would love Quacha. Oh my God, I can't even pronounce his name anymore. Quacha. God, you see why I say he's my least favorite pilot? I can't pronounce his name anymore. That's bad. Okay, it goes like this. It goes like this. Right? And goes like this. And there we go. And then we need A2, 27, 28. This is not A, this is B. We can go right here. Oh, I see A2. A2 is 27, 28. Yep. 2, 3, 27 and 28. 1, 2, 3. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and put something else on that we can all react to. I was watching Transformers, but I think I'll put on a video on Gundam. See what we got that we could check out. So we're just not here, so at the times when I go quiet, we can actually listen to something. So you're just not here just watching a blank screen the entire time. I wish, you see, this is what I wish we could do. I would love to watch Gundam Wing right now. You see, it's right here. But I don't think we can because we'll get copyright strike, which sucks. But I would have loved to watch Gundam Wing right now. That would have been cool. Let's see what else we got on here. I already watched that multiple times on the stream, so we won't watch that. Charles Gate. I'm interested in this one. Oh yeah. Okay, you know what? That's a spoiler. I haven't watched that one, so I'll wait. Camphor. No. Gundam history in the 80s. No. What's something cool that I could put on? You know what? There is one. But only I could watch it because it's too early. No, I want to watch it, but you know what? I can watch it actually. Here, let's go. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Can I find it? Oh, dang, it's only one day. Why? I want to play this one, but it's only one day. I'm not going to do that. Alright. What is something I could watch? Oh, I really want to watch that one. No. No. I already watched this on stream. I already watched that on stream. Everything you need to know. This is 3 months ago. Alright, we can watch this. Why not?
If you're a long-time Gundam fan that knows all the universes like UC and Seed and everything, but you haven't seen the leaks and know nothing about...
Make sure if you can see their names, subscribe to their channel.
Completely unspoiled. Otherwise, for everyone else, this newest Gundam series is surprisingly actually built on the foundations of a what-if story, and so uses some of the older shows to spring off of. This makes it very interesting as a long-time fan, and has it immediately start with a lot of fan service, but if you're a newcomer, you will probably find yourself feeling a bit lost and overwhelmed during the first episode, which acts as a prologue showing the history and how it's changed. That prologue depicts the events of the original Gundam series from 1979, but diverges when the... I'm not really sure what to call him? Anti-villain? Yeah, anti-villain. Gets some intuition that he should personally go on the mission instead of staying on the ship as a commander should. That then leads to him reaching the war-changing mecha known as a mobile suit in the show, before the original protagonist, which then entirely changes the war. That war was the Zeon War of Independence, also known as the 1 Year War, since it lasted almost exactly a year, starting January 3rd, 0079 and ending January 1st, 008.
If you have any issues hearing it, let me know, and I'll go ahead and turn it up if y'all are still on stream watching it.
So, only 2 days off from being exactly a year. The year is 0079 because in this Gundam universe, when humanity colonized space, they changed the calendar from AD to UC, the Universal Century, which is then also what this Gundam universe is called and known as in real life. Just quickly, if you want a little tip for making sense of the franchise as a whole, if it doesn't say Season 2 and isn't part of the Universal Century, then the show is its own thing and probably perfectly fine to jump into. And after watching this video, even if it is in the Universal Century, you'll pretty much be able to watch it fine anyway. The fact the war only lasted a year doesn't mean it wasn't intense though. 5.9 billion people died, over half of the entire pre-war population. The original series starts after most of the war has already happened, 8 months in, and shows the last 4 months of the war. And just as an aside, that's why you shouldn't actually stress too much about starting a new Gundam series or where to start or anything, because being a little lost and out of your element is part of the point. It is a deliberate part of most of the shows. Right from the very, very beginning, when Gundam started in 1979, there was still the most eventful and bloody 8 months of the largest war in history that we as viewers weren't shown and just get thrown into. Some fog of war and confusion is the point. Don't you click off this video though. Don't do it. I take it all back. You need to know all of this information. Anyway, the war was started by the Principality of Zeon, the nation that the space colonies of Side 3 formed. Space colonies in this universe are honestly really cool. They're based on the work of real-life American physicist Gerard O'Neill and are known as O'Neill cylinders. As the name implies, they are large cylinders that people can live inside of in space and rotate in order to create artificial gravity for the residents inside. That inside is then separated into large strips of land and glass that allows natural light and heat into the colony. The colonies were then mostly populated by forcing people of Earth to relocate to them as a way to reduce the Earth's population. Side 3 is the place where a group of colonies are clustered. Colonies are generally clustered together so that they can be in the real gravitationally stable areas of our solar system. So the
Question: if you had a chance to live in space, which or if any of y'all would actually take the opportunity and live in a colony? Just wondering.
Colonies of Side 3 came together, declared independence, and formed a nation called the Republic of Zeon, under then Prime Minister Zeon Zum Daikun, who believed that the people of space, like anyone else, deserved self-determination and independence, and that, free from Earth's gravity, humanity would eventually evolve a sixth sense, allowing them to communicate mentally and bringing about a new era of peace. Those new humans would then be called new types. The Earth Federation responded to their declaration of independence by halting all resources to the colony, causing Daikun to create a colonial guard in case the Federation decided to escalate things and invade the colonies. 10 years later, when he suddenly and conveniently died of a heart attack, the Zabi family took control and transitioned the Republic into a monarchy and became the Principality of Zeon and aimed for independence by force. They spent a further 10 years preparing, developing new weapons known as mobile suits, which proved devastatingly effective after they declared war and their Zakus tore apart the Federation space fleet. Many mobile suit pilots made a name for themselves and became known as ace pilots, the most important being known as Char Aznable. He destroyed 5 cruisers in a single battle in his red Zaku, earning him the name the Red Comet. That wasn't his only other name, however. His real name was actually Kasval Rem Daikun, son of Zeon. As large as the Principality of Zeon's technological advantage was at the time, they were still massively outnumbered and out-resourced. It wasn't the mobile suits that killed nearly 6 billion people in a month. That was the result of Zeon's plan and attempt to end the war and win swiftly. They indiscriminately used weapons of mass destruction, but they didn't just use nukes, although they did do that too. Their plan was larger. They used G3 gas on inhabited Federation-controlled colonies, killing all of the inhabitants. They then planned to use one of those massive space colonies to destroy the Federation's headquarters deep underground in South America by dropping it onto the Earth like a huge asteroid.
Yes.
They missed, the colony instead landing in Australia with the force of 3 million of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima. After that, in widespread desolation of the Federation, a treaty was signed on the 31st of January where both sides agreed to limit the use of WMDs. The next 7 months saw Zeon invade Earth and the war began to drag on. Zeon forces were less effective on land and had to adjust. Still, they had 20-meter tall giant robots, so over time they managed to take control of over 2/3 of the Earth's surface. But this comparatively slow pace of war and the Federation's larger size and resources allowed them to develop mobile suits of their own. Testing of the prototypes was secretly planned to be done on Side 7. It wasn't secret for long though. Their plans were discovered by the Zeon forces under Char, and this is where both shows begin. But not quite where our explanation ends yet. If you want to watch the original series before Gundam G-Quicks though, the trilogy of compilation movies is generally recommended to newcomers. It was these recap movies that actually saw the series become successful. Quite like Star Trek the original series, it was on the brink of cancellation and was actually only kept afloat by the female fans. The full series is also very good though. It's just up to you what you would prefer. The only thing I'd say is if you're a dub watcher, you might be better off with the series, as the casting of the movies doesn't really match the rest of the franchise. But now that you know that, you don't have to worry about getting whiplash when the characters sound different in the other series, so I'd still say just watch whatever you would prefer. While both shows start in the same place, G-Quix diverges with Char deciding to go on the mission and enter the colony personally. His more capable piloting and intuition causes them to find the Federation prototypes earlier, before the original protagonist could, and so Char himself gets in the robot and captures it for Zeon. The reason this changes everything is because the Gundam is another massive technological leap. It uses a new alloy for its armour, Luna Titanium, or, as it's more commonly known after the war, Gundarium, which renders it pretty much impervious to physical attacks and the conventional weapons of mobile suits at the time, like heat axes and the Zaku's machine gun. That time wouldn't last much longer though, because it also had a battleship class beam rifle, and for close combat, beam sabers. It did, of course, still face threats. By the end of the war, it wasn't that special anymore, but the impact it had on the war was still large, and it allowed its young pilot to safely grow and become an ace pilot of his own, eventually even seeming to become a new type, and really becoming the real asset, with the Gundam itself no longer able to really even keep up with him. So, it being captured by Zeon, who already believed in and had been researching new types, would of course not be good for the Federation. The Principality being the Principality, they were of course researching them in order to weaponize them. Enter the Psychomu, a way of utilising the new type's latent psychic abilities to communicate with and directly control weapons, allowing basically extra drones to be controlled and used by the mobile suit pilot to attack from multiple angles and multiple places. The reason this is actually important and useful, and they can't just, you know, use actual regular drones and stuff, is because of the fictional Minovsky particle, which is created when the fusion reactors in mobile suits and ships consume helium-3, which they get from Jupiter. Minovsky particles then, when spread in high density, which becomes just pretty unavoidable when a reactor is fully utilised in combat, and especially with the use of beam weapons and the like, causes massive interference, making communication extremely difficult. The Psychomu then allows this interference to be bypassed, so that extra bits and funnels can be controlled by the pilot wirelessly. With all of this given to Char, who had already shown some new type tendencies, you can expect things to get a bit wild, and not necessarily for the best of the Principality. If the Zabi family knew he was Zeon Zumdaikun's son, they never would have let him use the Gundam, or do much else for that matter, to be honest. He'd probably be lucky to be thrown in prison. Because, you see, Zeon Zumdaikun's heart attack was no accident. The Zabi family killed him in order to take control, and Char knows it. Char's real goal in the military is to get revenge on the Zabi family. He and his younger sister, Artesia Daikun, managed to escape when they were young with the help of Jimba Ral and the Ral family, and found a new life on Earth. But Char could never forget what happened, and could never forgive the Zabis, and so left to join the military under a new name. His sister was too young to really know what was going on or remember her father, so she was happy really to just live in peace and let things be. The war had other plans. Through various means, she ends up fighting for the Federation, and is eventually found to be quite the effective pilot, just like her brother. It's ironic, really. She, who was uninterested in revenge, ends up fighting against Zeon and the Zabis, while her brother fights under them, for them, in order to betray them. Finally, getting into the Zabi family, the one at the top who arranged to seize power is Daegwon Zabi, and his children are in various positions of power in the military. His eldest, Giran, is the supreme commander of the Principality of Zeon. He interpreted Daikun's ideals as meaning the Space Noids were the superior race, and related to some historical figures as a result. He was the one responsible for most of the war crimes committed by Zeon, to the point that even his father was disappointed in him and appalled by what he had done. In contrast, his other son, Dozl Zabi, was a simpler, kinder man that loved his family and wife and daughter Minerva Zabi. During the war, he primarily operated out of the massive asteroid base known as Solomon and piloted a mobile armour, which is like a bigger, weirder, generally less humanoid mobile suit. His was called the Big Zam, which is a bit of a meme in the community. I mean, look at it. Daegwyn had one daughter, Kycelia, who was a lot more of a schemer and whom Shar worked under after he was kicked out of Dozl's forces after the death of Garma Zabi, the youngest and favourite son. He was widely popular and was even considered Shar's friend, the two having gone through training together. And that should hopefully be just about everything you could possibly need to know. The only thing I feel like I probably haven't been able to properly convey is the sympatheticness of Zeon. Because just looking at the events, yeah, they're complete bastards. But the full series themselves show that there's a lot of just normal soldiers who are fighting because they have to, or for their own independence from the kinda shitty Federation. Zeon Zum Daikun's original ideals that a lot of the soldiers and people of the Principality believe in are good and gave the people of space hope for a better future. Zeon was an environmentalist who believed Earth was the sacred birthplace of mankind, not created to be abused and polluted by a few members of an elite, privileged class, and that people who have never been to space shouldn't think they can own it. But his ideals were taken and twisted until they eventually wreaked unbelievable havoc and destruction of the Earth itself. This video ended up a lot longer than I expected.
No,
Hopefully I can actually get it
Ah.
edited before the series comes out. This ended up being pretty
Dang
much
it.
a
I
complete
got into
primer
it.
for UC Gundam,
Ah,
but with the
sucks.
prologue covering so much, so fast, and the events of G-Quix, meaning that most of these characters should theoretically still be alive, and so could potentially show up later in some form, it was a bit unavoidable. The good thing is, at this point, if you watched all of this, you're pretty well versed in Gundam, and so could pretty much watch just whatever you want, beyond even just G-Quix. Like I said, you can watch the original series, or movie trilogy. I avoided
Yeah,
spoiling
right?
any of
I
the
know,
events
it happens.
except for
It
Char's
happened.
backstory, a lot of which comes from the newer Gundam The Origin series anyway, which is a prequel pretty much following Char's life before the main series.
I know it sucks. It happens. I know, but it's fine. Like I said, the big thing is because if you look at it, the part I'm working on, my bad, I realized it wasn't in frame. You can't even tell. And that's what I care more about. Sometimes you can cut into it, you can't tell, so it's not always a bad thing. But yeah, it definitely sucks when it happens. Let's see, what else can we watch? That's really good. 2 days, I can't watch that. Can't watch, don't really want to watch that. You know what? We'll watch this. And oh yeah, it's fine. We'll watch this one. This one looks good.
After the incredibly brutal conflict known as the One-Year War, the future of the Universal Century had been changed forever. Over half of the human population was dead, and Zeon's supposed war for independence was an utter failure. The Zabi family were dead, killed by a combination of the vengeance of Char Aznable and the simple fact that they had the misfortune of facing down the White Base in combat. However, as is true throughout history, the seeds of new conflict were sown by this massive war. This is how we begin our discussions of the Grips War. This particular conflict is what the television show Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam is centered around, with the Federation's Special Forces group known as the Titans facing off against the Anti-Earth Union group and its Earthbound allies, Karaba. It's a conflict famous for seeing old foes unite to face a common enemy that threatens everyone, but also a conflict that would set off 2 more concurrent wars after its conclusion. Though the Grips War wouldn't start until Universal Century 0087, what exactly happened in these 7 years between conflicts? Well, that's where our first episode is going to take us, because we need to look at a couple of Zeon's ace pilots, who would be the key figures of how this all began. Specifically, those pilots in question are the Nightmare of Solomon, Annabelle Gatto, and the famous, or infamous, depending on who you ask, Red Comet, Char Aznable. In this episode, we'll be going over the events of Operation Stardust, and also the events at Axis Zeon that led Char to leave Zeon as a faction and adopt a new persona. By tracing these events back with these two pilots, we will see exactly how both the Titans and the Aeug were formed. One thing to mention before we get into this is that I went into this little project with the full intention of also covering Advance of Zeta, the Flag of Titans. This particular manga
I don't want
has
cheap
some
viewers, I
importance to it
want
because it
legit
actually
viewers.
leads up to a tragedy that ended up sparking this whole conflict properly after Operation Stardust was concluded and before the AU was properly formed. The problem is that it's not all translated into English. In fact, what little was translated to English clearly was done without consulting someone who speaks English fluently to help with the grammar. But then again, the attempt to translate this was probably done years upon years ago before really fan translations had any sort of organization. So though I'd absolutely love to talk about Flag of Titans and break down mobile suits like the Hazel series of Gundams, I won't be able to here, which is a bummer, but it is what it is. This is where I'd have my Advance of Zeta section, if I had one. So let's go ahead and get started. For the first part of this particular episode, we need to talk about Zeon after the 1 Year War, and the specifics on the players in this early part of what would end up becoming the Grips War.
Cool. And
So, after Zeon's defeat during the 1 Year War, Zeon as a faction was splintered. During the Battle of Abawaku, the Delaz fleet had split the instant that they found out that Cassilia Zabi had killed her brother, which in turn was due to Girin's fratricide. Regardless, Delaz thought that what was going on was another coup, and so Delaz grabbed ace pilot Annabelle Gatto, and they beat feet out of the area. Seema Garahau and her MAU, now at this point of time called the Seema Fleet, effectively became space pilots because Zeon used her and her men's home colony, Mahal, and turned that into the Solar Ray, which we covered in the last episode. Nice job, Girin. There were also other scattered groups around space in a group that we're just going to call the Zeon Remnants. The other big group worth mentioning at this point is Axis Zeon. Now, even after the war, it's shown that people from Side 3, or really anyone who calls themselves Zeon, still have that strong sense of nationalism. Despite the fall of the Zabi family, they still want independence from the Earth's sphere. Even so, they don't have much of a military left. However, a position of strength for them is the asteroid of Axis. At this point in time, Axis actually sits inside of the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, because it's actually a big converted asteroid itself. This is also a spot that is run by Admiral Maharaja Karn, who was a close friend of Zeon Daikun and also of Dozal Zabi. Now you might be asking yourself, how in the fuck did he survive this long being a friend of Zeon Zum Daikun with Girin Zabi breathing down his neck? Well, essentially he did it via politicking. You see, he already did have a friendship with Dozal that helped matters, but if Girin wanted Maharaja dead, he would find a way to kill him. The best thing that he could do is appease the other Zabis so they would keep Girin away from him and make it politically inconvenient for Girin to kill him. So he accomplished this through the use of his daughters. Maharaja had 3 daughters in Marlene, Haman, which is obviously his most famous daughter, and Selena. During the 1 Year War, Haman was actually sent to the Flanagan Institute for New Type Testing, which helped to appease the Zabis considering their desire to figure out how to weaponize new types, which is a plan that they had even before the war began, which is something I talk about in my 1 Year War series. As for his oldest daughter, she was requested by Dozal to be a lady-in-waiting for Dozal's wife. Now, even though she did have that duty, she also ended up becoming Dozal's side piece on top of that. Or with Dozal on top of her, you get my meaning. Even then, Dozal held Maharaja in high regard because of this, and sent him to take care of Axis instead of getting into battle with the Earth. It's here at Axis that Dozal's wife fled after the Battle of Solomon. and where Minerva Zabi is safely being kept. The thing is, tragedy would continue after that, when Dozel's wife's health faded and she ultimately passed away. Now, another thing worth mentioning here was the arrival of two captains of the Zeon forces after the end of the war. The first is one that you don't know, Captain Enzo, who is a Zeon war hardliner. The other is an old friend of ours, Captain Char Aznable. At this point, Minerva Lao Zabi, as an infant, is declared the next head of the Zabi family, and the Karn family are basically her protectors from there on in.
Boo! Nobody likes commercials. Nobody likes commercials.
Char himself is now assigned to be part of Minerva's Royal Guard, which is a rather ironic posting when you think about it. Everyone in the audience is laughing at the fact that the guy who toasted Minerva's Auntie Caecilia and led her Uncle Garma into a firing line is now one of her guards. Now, like I mentioned, the whole of Zeon, at this point, still want independence from the Earth. But there's division on how to get it. Some within Zeon want to start another war, and think that the only way that they're going to get what they want is just by killing Earthnoids. The leader of these idiots on Axis is Captain Enzo, who from here on in we will be calling Captain Dipshit, and his flunkies will be called the Dipshit Brigade. Never say, folks, that I don't declare my biases. In fact, I think I'm a little too obvious with them sometimes. Anyway, as for the smart people in Zeon, they saw how the last fight went and realized how fucking stupid of an idea that is. They'd prefer to go about it peacefully since they really aren't in a position to start another war after they just got their shit pushed in the instant that the Earth figured out how to make mobile suits, and Amuro Ray killed a giant chunk of their ace pilots. Now you're probably wondering to yourself, where exactly is Char in all of this, mentally speaking? Well, it's sort of an interesting place for him because he's in a rock and a hard place. For better or worse, he got what he wanted out of the 1-year war. His big focus was killing the Zabi family for what they did to his dad. But what is he really left with? Well, being a soldier. At this point, we see Char and Axis taking a bit of a mentor role for a lot of the young soldiers there. This is where the relationship between himself and Haman Karn has its origins. When she had returned from the Flanagan Institute, Haman still had a desire to live up to her father's reputation. So, she started to learn how to pilot a mobile suit, with the most notable in her early days being the Schnee Weiss. The MS-9R4 Schnee Weiss is a heavily modified mobile suit that uses the Rick Dom as its base. The goal of this mobile suit is simple. Take the Saikamu functionality of the Elmeth and put it into a standard mobile suit. As you can imagine, that's no easy feat. When it comes to armaments, it has a beam saber and a beam rifle, which post-1-year war has become the standard for newly developed mobile suits. However, the Schnee Weiss has some junk in the trunk.
We're going to do
this massive tumor on its backside carries 8-bit units controlled by the mind of the pilot. Even though the suit is 1/3 the size of the Elmeth, it's still a pretty sizable target. So after all that mobile suit discussion, we're going to do a quick aside. Specifically, I'm going to talk about why I'm being so blunt about my feelings about the Zeon hardliners and such. First and foremost, I do want to say that the entirety of the Grips conflict that I've read and watched and dove into is a plethora of great stories. For great stories to happen, you need antagonists. Sometimes the best antagonists aren't necessarily the people who are evil, but it's the people who are evil and stupid. In fact, this is an intentional theme from the creators as it goes forward. One thing you'll notice about almost everything in the Grips War, and everything that leads up to it, is that everything was not only preventable, but preventable to the point that everything that follows feels completely pointless. Wars are started for several reasons, and throughout history there's one thing that feels like it's at the core of most, if not all of them. Pointless avarice stemming from pure ego. One of my favorite quotes from C.S. Lewis is from the Screwtape Letters, which is a tremendous book that everyone should read. And it goes, "Nearly all vices are rooted in the future. Gratitude looks to the past, and love to the present. Fear, avarice, lust, and ambition look ahead. Because so many people in these stories look forward to their own ascensions, and don't live in the present, millions suffer. It makes for tremendous storytelling, but I'll admit a strong emotion when I'm immersed in a Gundam story is frustration." Okay, back to the breakdown. Now, Maharaja Karn is the head of the not-stupid members of Zeon at this point, having a key ally in Char Aznable in regards to keeping Zeon out of further conflict. Char himself comes with a couple of friends from his time in the Xeon military, such as Ricardo Vega and Andy, who doesn't get a last name. If you're saying to yourself, I know these guys and you got their names wrong. No, I didn't. Just be patient. Anyway, the whole mess between the two factions tends to go exactly as you'd expect when one of them wants a war. They try to start one every chance they get. On the day that Minerva is declared the next head of the Zabi family, these idiots increase Minovsky particle density near Axis to bait Federation patrols into attacking them. This ends up being Hamon's first sortie, and Char is forced to sortie in an experimental mobile armor called the Zero-GR to protect her. Yeah, this Zero the R, it's a mistranslation. Anyway, the AMA-00GR-0GR is a prototype mobile armor that ended up being the predecessor of a couple mobile armors that would terrorize two later conflicts. It was loaded out with a Vulcan gun, a megaparticle cannon in its mouth, 17 other megaparticle cannons just about everywhere else in its body, and 5 more on movable parts of the armor. So yeah, 23 megaparticle cannons. It's a bit overkill, but then again, it's a Xeon mobile armor. To be blunt, this thing's maneuverability as a trade-off is shit. To make up for it, the mobile armor has what's called an eye field. Now, I've not talked about this particular piece of tech, but it can only really be deployed on giant mobile armors due to the energy requirements. But what this generator does is it forms an invisible barrier around the mobile armor, allowing for complete protection against beam attacks, since it basically breaks up the concentration of Minovsky particles in them as they hit it. Back to the fight, it doesn't go that well. That idiot Captain Enzo forgot that the Federation uses gym mobile suits, apparently. And it's a fucking stupid idea to send out a bunch of Zakus and Doms, and very few Gelgoogs, to try and go up against versatile mobile suits like that. Which, by the way, at this point, now have integrated data from Amuro Ray's Gundam. The only reason that they win is because a Musai does a kamikaze charge, and Char does Char things to bring the Federation down, getting them to surrender. Does Enzo learn his lesson? No. We do get introduced to Rakan Dakaran, though. Yep. There he is. Anyway, I admittedly don't want to spend too much time on the ins and outs and the super specifics of what happens inside of Char's deleted affair, mostly because this is supposed to be about how the Grips War came about, and some of the little minutiae within this story really aren't relevant to the overall Grips War. So I'm just going to get the most important bits. Those most notable things after this first encounter are that Haman Karn is forming a pretty sizable crush on Char. Maharaja Karn is pretty sure that Char is Kazval Daikun, and Enzo is still a fucking idiot. The captured Federation forces get loose and capture Haman because Enzo is a fucking idiot, which is why I call him Captain Dipshit. This situation has to be unfucked by Char, who then slugs Captain Dipshit in the face. It's at this point we get introduced to Fabian and Natalie, two characters important to the story as it goes on. Fabian is a young Xeon pilot who is a puppet of Captain Enzo and not much else. As for Natalie, she's a Xeon officer who is pressured by Enzo to get close to Char to try to bring him into the hardliners via emotional manipulation. She also keeps an eye on Haman, but isn't too keen on the idea of future conflict. Char leads at this point an investigation force back to the Xeon homeland to see how things are going there, and is joined by Haman, who has now cut her hair into the shape we're all familiar with, so that she can be taken more seriously. We also find out that Enzo is a fucking Nepo hire, because he's one of Degwin Zabi's in-laws. Anyway, while Char's out on his trip, he actually gets to pilot another Xeon called the Perfect Xeon. I'm sure that you're all really looking forward to this breakdown of the Xeon. Well, if you want the specs on the Xeon, watch the 1 Year War video. Do you want to know what the upgrade of the Perfect Xeon is?
Legs.
Legs.
Told you.
That's it. Legs. Cool, right? Anyway, let's keep going. The other notable thing about Char's trip is that the current Xeon Prime Minister also thinks that Char is Kazval, but Char denies it, saying he's just a soldier, since he knows everyone would want him to lead Xeon at this point, which is not what he wants with his life. Someone who does want power, on the other hand, is a Federation officer we see named Jamitov Hyman. At this point in the plot, Jamitov has been pushing for complete elimination of all Xeon remnants in space and has been spearheading operations to do so. And the Federation is pretty interested in an idea that he had of a special task force led to do exactly that. More on that later. During the course of the investigation, Shar and his crew are under fake names so that they can remain incognito.
Alright, real quick. We just finished the arms. Come on. The arms are done. And also, we're also done with the stickers. Yep. Perfect. Now, I ain't gonna worry about that. Now we can move ahead to the...
Como influencer, un servicio móvil confiable es lo más importante.
No, legs. Okay. Legs.
All right. Spectrum.
They tour the other colonies in the Side 3 cluster, with one of them having Shar and Haman pretend that they're hitched for the sake of disguises. It's during this time that they take this photo and look more into Haman's new type powers with assistance from a young lady named Nanai Miguel, who is very important later on, trust me. Thing is, something terrible happens. Maharaja Karn falls ill, and as this happens, Captain Dipshit tries to take over one move at a time. We also see Fabian start to get closer to Haman by impressing her with his skills, both in fights and in dogfighting. The crew pulls off some crazy maneuvers and even completes one mission where they use old Zaku 2s used by the Black Tri-Stars. And the recipient of those supplies that they freed up is none other than Anavel Gato. So for those of you wondering if Shar and Anavel Gato ever have a conversation, this is basically it, and Anavel doesn't even know that he's actually talking to Shar, because Shar doesn't tell him who he is. Anyway, during Enzo's takeover, a message from Ricardo manages to get to Shar about what's going on. The night that they choose to return back to Axis, Shar spends some time with Natalie, where she completely misreads a question he had and basically ends up confessing her feelings to the guy, but not pressuring him to join the hardliners. What she says is 110% authentic, that she really does very much care for Shar. Now, luckily for her, though, Shar takes the misread of the situation in stride, and he returns her affections. Aww, isn't that nice? So after that, Shar bangs her like a snare drum. Anyway, as for Haman and Fabian, we see what Fabian's purpose was. He was to do the same thing, secure Haman, tie her to the hardliners by having her fall in love with him. When that doesn't happen, because Haman has a crush on Shar, let's just say Fabian tries his best to do an impression of Griffith from Berserk. And I don't mean taking over Midland. I mean what Griffith did to Casca. Yeah. He does not succeed, though, because after coitus, Shar comes in and Falcon punches the idiot and boots him out of the Zeon military. Honestly, the little bastard got off light. The fact that that's all he did to him is honestly a little shocking. And to be honest with you, if you're watching this and you think less of Shar Aznable after that, don't feel alone. I did too. Back at Axis, we get introduced to Mashmir Cello and Chara Soon, who clearly has not learned the power of cleavage yet. Yep, there they are. Anyway, one thing that Shar has in his favor is a young lady named Jessica Diaz, who has information about Enzo's plans and uses accusations against him to slow his takeover of Axis. Though he's done a solid job of covering up any evidence of the subterfuge that he's pulled, what with killing other officers and things of that nature, Dipshit and the Dipshit Brigade do their best to still cover everything up, thinking that they've cleaned up any and all evidence against him. Now, when they find out that that hasn't completely worked, the fucker tries to pull a coup d'etat. During this time, Maharaja Karn falls into a coma, and it comes across like everything at Axis is being turned on its head. At this point, hardliners launch mobile suits primarily with standard Zeon MS, but deploy a black Schnee Weiss called the Touche Schwartz. The MS-09RN2 Touche Schwartz is the successor to the Schnee Weiss that features a downsized Saikamu system and a built-in launcher. This is contrasted to the Schnee Weiss having a massive Saikamu unit as its tail and a separate bit launcher that is separated from the suit itself. The bits on this unit are called short bits, with the suit coming with 12 of them, and they are small, fast, and sleek. The thing is, the mobile suit can't be deployed for more than a couple of minutes, given the stress that it puts on a pilot. Now, the first encounter ends with the first pilot of the Touche Schwartz ending up in the ICU, and another new type, named Yayoi Ikaruga, who is a friend of Ricardo's,
taking up the job. As you can imagine, this is only going to end in tragedy. They drug the kid up, stick her in the Psychomu unit, and send her out to fight. During the next battle, Haman and Char lead his team, with Haman deploying to counter the Touche Swartz. Char, on the other hand, goes with Natalie into Axis itself to infiltrate it and hopefully cut the head off the snake, which they do manage to do with some stealthy moves. They also manage to find the evidence that would prove all the crimes that dipshit committed as well. Out in space, Haman and her team are on the ropes, but Ricardo goes out to try to talk Yayoi down. Though he does manage to get her to calm for a bit, Haman takes the opening and puts down the Touche Swartz, much to Ricardo's horror. By the time Haman is able to finally enter Axis to see her father, even though the battle was won, Admiral Maharaja Khan has passed away. The day is won, but not without its casualties and tragedies. Now at this point, Haman Karn is going to be made regent of Axis at the age of 16, and will be left to lead Axis provided Char is able to persuade her to do so. He does manage to, and during the ceremonial funeral for her father, Haman dons the outfit that we're all used to seeing her in, and takes her place as the leader of Axis Zeon.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV
That
pills.
is okay.
Good to go, off.
After this is done, we find out that Natalie's love affair with Char has a hidden blessing. She's now carrying Char's child. The thing is, Haman's not very pleased by all this. It's at this point that Natalie reveals what was supposed to happen. That Fabian and her would secure both Char and Haman for the hardliners via emotional manipulation. Though Natalie came to honestly love Char and did see Haman as a friend genuinely, obviously not going through with Enzo's plan, the fact that she didn't warn Haman and basically deceived the young regent pisses her off to no end. Because, I mean, you could have basically avoided the possibility of Haman, suffering an attempted rape. After leaving, Haman notices there might be a man in the female dorms, but she brushes it off just to her pure anger. But that said dude is another one of the hardliners that Enzo used to get his dirty work done. Haman hears a gunshot and calls for the section to be locked down. The scumbag is then shot and killed by Zeon forces, but he succeeded in his mission. Char Aznable's paramour, and the mother of his unborn child, is now dead. Char confronts Haman about whether or not she knew. And though Haman doesn't answer, the silence is deafening. And it is at this point in the story, the year is 0083.
Alright, that was interesting. Thought I'll pause there, give it a sec. Because I want to do this real quick. Well, hold on, wait. Hold on, before I do that. What goes? Can I do... So it's going after? Oh yeah, that's going after. Okay, so I can do that later. Okay, I want to do this. Want to do this. Let's go this way. Oh, can I turn? Okay, cool, I can turn. That's cool. And then I just want to show that we finished up our first runner. This is done. Come on. Focus. There we go. That's done. So we're getting closer. So we're getting close to getting done. So let's keep going.
Now at this point we need to talk a bit about mobile suit development. Mostly because, well, we're getting into Stardust Memory, and there is a lot of mobile suit porn here. But specifically, we're going to talk about a company named Anaheim Electronics. Anaheim is a company that's been around the Universal Century for some time, prior to the One-Year War, being in business with a myriad of things, such as credit cards, vacation planning, and consumer electronics. Now, how they're mostly relevant to the military is the developed technologies that were implemented in battleships and space colonies made by them. The point is, they were a tech giant with a lot of capital to spend. Now, after the One-Year War, Anaheim Electronics managed to flat out buy Zeon's three major defense corporations in Zeonic, Zimad, and MIP, alongside the contracts of many of the top Zeon engineers. Now, around 0081, Anaheim was tapped specifically to help rebuild the mobile suit forces of the Earth Federation, and at that same time, the Gundam project was secretly created under the watchful eyes of Admiral John Cohen. During the course of the project, 5 Gundams were created, each being named after flowers. The first of these was the GP-00, also known as the Blossom. This mobile suit utilized a core block system and had relatively minimalistic weaponry for a Gundam. Now, like any Gundam before it, the GP-00
I cannot wait for that one to come out as a kid, because that's one of those kids I'm definitely going to get.
used 2 beam sabers that could be used as beam guns for the core block system.
And not master grade. I usually don't get master grades.
It also used a very long-range beam rifle, which was incredibly powerful, but needed to be charged before every single shot. It also had a ray dome, meant to check for Minovsky interference, but it constantly had issues. Between all of this, plus the balance issues that the suit's pilot, Jack Bayard, complained about, the suit wasn't that great. It ended up being trapped and wrecked by a Zeon Remnant attack force. Now, the other suits I'll go into more detail on here in a bit. They just need quick notes at the moment. The suits that actually saw the light of day were the GP-01 Zephranthus, the GP-02 Physalis, the GP-03 Dendrobium, and the GP-04 Gerbera. Now, the GP-04 was never actually completed because the project deemed it redundant, considering the GP-01 did a lot of the same things. So the base frame and various internal parts already created were repurposed into a different mobile suit that we'll talk about later. Now, given that Anaheim had so many former Zeon engineers working for them, it should come as no surprise that they would send info to Zeon soldiers. As such, the Delaz fleet managed to get info about the Gundam project. At this time, they came up with the idea of Operation Stardust, meant to be the operation that triggers the revival of Zeon. The first step of the operation would be to infiltrate the Torrington base in Australia, which is just north of the Sydney crater where the colony had fallen during Operation British. The name sounds familiar from my previous vids. This is where the White Dingo team had repelled a Zeonic force during the One-Year War. It was also here that we find test pilots commanded by One-Year War veteran Captain South Burning by the name of Ensign Ko Uraki and Ensign Chuck Keith. They're piloting grunt suits while a new type of gym is being tested. If you're wondering why I'm not breaking down these gyms, it's because we've gone over most of them in the One-Year War, but one of them we'll get to in a minute. Same with the Zaku 2. Now, what we do need to talk about is the powered gym being piloted by Lieutenant Dick Allen. The RGM-79 powered gym is...
Yeah, that is a good place to actually start. Yeah, no, I would agree with that one. The RX-78 too? Yeah. A classic one. Probably a very easy kit to build. I don't know if they had a, I need to check. I don't know if they had I know they had a remake with the Real Grade, which I heard the Real Grade 2.0, that one is really, really nice. I heard that one's really good. But I don't know if they redid the high grade. But yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with going with the classic. That is actually really, that's always the best place to start. So yeah, definitely go with that one.
It's one of the few mobile suits that looks like it has the trapezius muscles of Brock Lesnar in the early 2000s.
Calafia organic almond milk. Irresistibly good. With just almonds, water, and salt.
I grew up on the banks of the Rio Grande and started exploring these majestic canyons. The Chama, the Gila.
This 18.5 meter beast of a grunt suit was a test bed for the Gundam development project. Based on the Gym Type C, it actually was testing a backpack that was an early development version of the one on the Gundam GP-01, on top of new shock absorbers in the knee joints. This gives the suit a 30% increase in thrust to a grunt suit that was already pretty nimble in the hands of a knowledgeable pilot. Its armaments included 60mm Vulcans in the head, a beam saber, and 2 different versions of the 90mm machine gun, one in bullpup style with a shorter barrel, and then one called the Gym Rifle, which was a front-fed magazine with a longer barrel. It could also use a hyper bazooka if needed, plus like other gyms, it had a ballistic shield, but now it could be attached to the arm instead of held in the hand of the suit via the use of hardpoints. Now elsewhere we see a brand new Pegasus-class ship called the Albion, headed up by Captain Igar Synapse, and is carrying a passenger by the name of Nina Purpleton, which
somebody is already commenting how much they hate her in the comments. Anyway, she inquires about the ocean that they're flying over, and Synapse explains that the ocean that they are flying over is a giant fucking hole left behind by Operation British. We also see a few Xeon mobile suits that notice the ship coming in, and we see that Anavel Gato is now on Earth, saying that he is commencing Operation Stardust. Now, there's something that needs mentioning. I'm not going to be going a strict episode-by-episode plot analysis. I kind of already did that in my review for 0083. I'm just going to go over the major beats of what happened, trying to provide some background for things that are going on so you guys have a better understanding of the context. Like my Sinanju Stein said at the start of the video, these...
Alright, finish up the backpack since that was pretty easy. There we go. Now on to the legs.
They're supposed to be companion pieces, not a substitution. Anyway, later on in the day, Chuck and Co. stopped by the hangar to find that the ship was carrying 2 mobile suits. Specifically, Gundams. Now let's start with the GP-01, shall we? The RX-78 GP-01 Gundam Zephyranthus is a general-purpose mobile suit meant to improve on the RX-78-2 that Amuro Ray piloted. Like I mentioned earlier, with all Gundam Project mobile suits, this was an experimental unit that either upgraded or redesigned sensors and balancers to make it move more similar to a human. Now, given that the original Gundam could already combat roll and leap pretty well at targets, any upgrade was already going to be monumental. It also used a core block system that was much larger than the original Gundams, with the core block now placing the cockpit in a horizontal position as opposed to vertical when it docked with the legs and torso. Plus, the beam sabers were also the core fighter's beam guns. Here's a photo of the core fighter, which definitely leans into the Top Gun comparisons, considering this thing looks like an American fighter jet. As for weaponry, like its older brother, the RX-78-2 that Amuro piloted, it has 2 beam sabers on the backpack and 2 60mm Vulcan cannons in the head. The beam rifle for this mobile suit had a couple of new technologies in it. The first was the use of an EPAC system, which allowed a beam weapon to be magazine-fed, as opposed to relying on energy fed from the reactor of the Gundam. Each pack allowed for 20 shots. It also had a jute underneath the barrel that worked as a bayonet of sorts, allowing the GP-01 to defend itself against enemy melee weapons in close quarters without switching to the beam saber. It could also use the GIM's 90mm machine gun, the GIM rifle, a hyper bazooka, and its shield was also a hardpoint connection like the powered GIM. Though I would admittedly expect that, more than likely, this could probably use just about any other Federation weapon because Federation mobile suits all the way back to the One-Year War were designed to use each other's weaponry. If there were ever a point in the field where Amuro had gotten knocked down and a GIM was nearby, a GIM would have been able to pick up his beam saber and use it, so on and so forth. Anyway, as for the other mobile suit, this one was a little different. The RX-78 GP-02A, Gundam Physalis, was originally designed to be an assault-use heavy mobile suit like the Dom, but that idea was dropped early in development, instead with a focus being on raw firepower. So how do you crank firepower of a Gundam of all things? Well, you make it fucking nuclear weapons capable. Specifically, this is a tactical nuclear warhead that could be fired at a close enough aimed range that you could avoid the jamming caused by heavy Minovsky particle density, which largely made nuclear weapons irrelevant in the field of battle. Now the thing is that firing a nuke that close could be catastrophic to the suit, so the armor and shield were made considerably heavier and larger to protect the pilot during an operation that the warhead would need to be fired. To do this, though, a core block system would not be used for the Physalis, instead just using a spherical cockpit covered by a ton of layers of composite armor and cushioning material. Now don't let the thickness fool you. You might think this thing isn't worth much given the thickness will make the back hip armor clap so hard it alerts everyone, but this thing is actually quite fast and maneuverable. You can chalk that up to the massive rear thrusters, which allow it to both hover under gravity and really book it in space. As for weaponry, the most obvious weapon is the nuclear bazooka, which was one of a kind. It carried 1 beam saber on the side of its hip, 2 60mm Vulcan cannons in the head, Natch, and could also utilize other Federation and Xeon mobile suit weaponry on top of that, including a 135mm anti-ship rifle. It could also be equipped with a multiple launch rocket system as an alternative equipment to the nuclear bazooka, but this loadout was not used in the original anime. However, the manga versions of this story do feature the GP-02 using the MLRS. Funnily enough, it's officially supposed to be capable of using a beam bazooka, but
this equipment was purposely designed just so that the thing can be in video games, for balancing reasons, considering beam bazookas weren't commonly used until UC-123. So, if you ever wondered why it is that the GPO-2 has a beam bazooka in a video game such as Dynasty Warriors Gundam, and then on top of that also has the MLRS, that's why. Anyway, with the help of an Anaheim employee that came with Nina Purpleton, Gato manages to sneak inside the base in the guise of a Federation lieutenant, which he's not a fan of. I mean, granted, he's not a fan of being in a Fedi uniform anyway, but that seems to insult him more because he's an asshole. Anyway, what's so wild about this, and I chalk it up to Federation arrogance, is that Gato was able to literally waltz up to the GPO-2 and just get in the damn thing. That nobody on the base noticed this guy. Now, Ko realizes something's funny about all of this once Gato gets in the Gundam, because he knows he's not supposed to be there. So he takes the initiative to grab the GPO-1 and go after him after Gato breaks out of the hangar. Thing is, the Zeon forces that we saw earlier launched an attack to cover Gato's escape. So, let's break down a couple more mobile suits, shall we? First we have the MS-09F/Trop Dom Tropen. Now, the long story short about this thing is that it's a redesign of another variation of the Dom that takes notes from the Dom Fumph, the standard Dom, the Dom Tropical Test Type, and the Rick Dom 2 that we saw in War in the Pocket. It's basically built in a way to make sure that sand and other things don't clog up the jet engines that allow it to hover above the ground. The main benefit to the Dom in land combat, for those who don't remember, is its speed and maneuverability, despite its size, which makes it very usable against beam-capable mobile suits like the Jim that we see in the show. In fact, standard Doms are still used on Earth for many, many years after this even. As for its armaments, it still uses the scatter beam gun and the heat saber, but it can also equip the MMP-80 90mm machine gun, the Rakuten bazooka, plus about any other Zeonic weaponry that isn't a beam weapon. The other notable MS that's providing artillery cover for Gato is the YMS-16M ZAML. This is a 27-meter and 121.5 metric ton weighing beast. Though it's technically a mobile suit, it kind of feels like a midpoint between a mobile suit and a mobile armor. Now, it does look like a slow son of a gun, and maneuverability-wise it is. However, when it gets going, it can actually reach a cruising speed of 220 kilometers per hour. Or for those of us who speak freedom, 136 miles an hour, which is faster than the running speed of a Gundam, though not by much. It was also a two-seater mobile suit that could actually be piloted by one man if need be. As for its weaponry, like I sort of mentioned, this is an artillery platform. Its primary weapon is a 680mm cannon, which is a huge round, that can fire several different types of rounds, like standard artillery shells and spread shells. It also had a 20mm Vulcan in the chest, and an 8-tube missile launcher on its left back. A fun fact, this is actually a pretty popular mobile suit in the video game Gundam Battle Operation 2, where you'll actually see it used in 700 cost mobile suit battles due to the shelling diversity and the range.
Where did it shoot to?
Not to mention,
Where did it shoot
seems
to?
like
Oh,
every time you do a
jeez.
gotcha pull, you'll probably get a ZAML. Granted,
Wow,
once
okay.
you get in range of a beam saber
Wow,
with
that's
this thing,
okay.
and considering 700 cost
Yeah,
battles
yep,
let you
that-
see mobile suits like the Sazabi,
all
the
the-
new Gundam, and the Unicorn suits,
all the way over there.
you can imagine how that fight goes.
Shot. Okay.
Not well for the ZAML. Back at the prison colony,
Great.
Ko manages to head off Gato, and even Gato gives the kid props that he's got guts for days, but he's just not skilled enough to keep him in one spot. So Gato manages to escape, and afterwards, Ko meets up with Chuck Keith and his Zaku 2, Dick Allen in the powered Jim,
Alright,
and
let's
Lieutenant
move.
Burning is piloting a Jim Type C, and we might as well talk about this thing real quick. The RGM-79C Jim Type C is also known as the Jim Kai or the Jim Late Type. Effectively, this mobile suit has similar functionality to the Jims made during the One-Year War, but was just a little bit better in about every way. Its Vulcan cannons carry more ammo than a standard Jim, it's a little bit more maneuverable, so on and so forth. It's sort of if a Jim from the One-Year War decided to hit the
All the way over
Jim
on the other side of
and
the
get a bit
room.
more fit. The one thing notable about it is the hardpoint construction of the arms,
Alright,
making this
there we
series
go.
very easily customizable with additional equipment. As for the standard armament, it has 60mm Vulcan guns, the single beam saber, and can use any Jim or Gundam standard armament, which also includes the beam rifle of the Jim Sniper 2, and also has a hardpoint attached shield as well. At this point, Chuck Keith gives Ko a bullpup machine gun, and they head off to recover the GPO-2 with Captain Synapse and the Albion, offering sensor support and mission-critical communication alongside Nina trying to follow them. The mission to steal the GPO-2 hits an early snag when Burning's team
finds the Komusai that's meant to get Annabelle Gato out of there. During the pursuit, the Federation team splits up, and even though they pulled off step 1 of the recovery mission, Adam Tropin aces Lieutenant Allen, but Ko drops the Komusai, and Lieutenant Burning handles the other suits. Gato then reveals that he's, well, Gato to Ko and gives some bullshit speech. The thing is, they had a second plan with using a submarine to get out. The Federation has a second team of Jim Kais sent out as well, but that didn't go out too well for him. Burning's team manages to drop the Dom and the Zamel and hold off the GPO-2 with some help from Nina over the radio, but Gato does manage to escape, but just barely. After this is over, reinforcements come with one-year war veteran pilots Lieutenant J.G. Bernard Pedo Stash Mancha, Lieutenant J.G. Alpha Bait, and Lieutenant J.G. Chap Adele, who along with Lieutenant Burning made up the Immortal 4th Team. Apparently Burning actually piloted a Jim Sniper 2 during the latter part of the war, with Pedo Stash and Alpha Bait using Jim Commands, with Adele, of course, using a Jim Cannon. Anyway, Pedo Stash tries to start a dick measuring contest with what he probably calls his 2 inches of power. I fucking hate Mancha, can't you tell? And wants to pilot the Gundam. So he and Ko do a mock battle to see who gets it, where Mancha pilots his Jim Custom. Another breakdown. The RGM-79N Jim Custom was a limited production general use mobile suit that was part of the Federation Forces Reconstruction Project, the one that I mentioned earlier when Anaheim got hired to help out. And it took notes from the Jim Sniper Custom, the Jim Command, and the Gundam Alex of all things. Developed at Augusta, which is the same place the Alex was, the suit was made, for better or worse, as a high-performing jack-of-all-trades. The thing is, this made the suit a bit pricey to produce, which is why so few of them were used. As for the weaponry, it basically uses the same weapons as the rest of the Jims and Gundams that I've talked about here, but it has a shield that's going to look familiar for those of us who watched 0080. It's very, very similar to the one that the Jim Sniper 2 uses. Now, regardless of what's going on, Mancha loses the fight because he sucks and has a pedo stash. That and Ko outmaneuvers him because Mancha's a fucking idiot who sucks and has a pedo stash, and I really fucking hate this guy. Anyway, both guys get a week in solitary for the duel, which wasn't authorized, and both Nina and Orville, the Xeon guy from earlier, remain on the Albion. Lieutenant Burning also gets transferred to the Albion and will be head of the MS team. He assigns Ko to the Gundam officially. The Albion takes off for Africa, which, as I mentioned in my one-year war video, still has quite a few hidden Xeon forces. This is where many of the retreating forces from the California-based battle went, with notable names here being Nuve and Bitter, and Yuria Solari from Gundam Requiem for Vengeance. Oh, by the way, Moira beats Pedo Stash's ass, then Bates. My kind of lady. Thing is, tension is high as they're searching for Gato in Africa, but they manage to finally get a lead on it. See, Gato is hanging out with Nuve and Bitter, who has a small force of Xeon remnants in Africa, as I mentioned before. Unfortunately for them, when Keith runs into the Xeon guy aboard the Albion while Keith is about to piss himself, papers get knocked everywhere, with one of them basically telling Lieutenant Burning when he picks it up that, well, Orville is a Xeon scumbag. So Orville tries to escape and manages to get to the spare core fighter, but they let him get away, so they could track him to the enemy. The shithead gets shot down, the GPO-2 gets loaded onto an HLV, but the Albion starts an attack. Unfortunately, during the course of this, the GPO-2 does get away, and during the battle, the Xeon MS forces get wiped out as well, and the rest of the base surrenders. So, yeah, for those of you who are really hyped up after Requiem for Vengeance, all 12 of you, let me just establish here and now that this is probably where Solari was at the end of that series, and she's probably one of the nameless mooks that got shot down by the Albion. Oh no! Anyway, so the RGC-83 GM Cannon 2 was deployed on this mission. The GM Cannon 2, as you can see, is as thick as all get out, adopting the Choban armor concept from the Gundam Alex, and taking some ideas from the gun cannon mass production type, and also featuring a very powerful generator that allowed the suit to use those massive cannons on its shoulders without much trouble. Reason being is that those are actually beam weapons. This MS is quite the tank too, featuring the same shield as the GM Custom, and unlike other GM units, it also carried two 60mm Vulcans in the head, can use the 90mm GM rifle with a long barrel, but could also use the bullpup weapon as well, and even the beam rifle of the GM Sniper Custom if need be. Plus, it also carried a beam saber. So though you can still use Kai Shiden's Shove Fu from the original series, Stabbing and slicing is now an option in close quarters. Now after this, the crew heads to space, and they're still a mess, but they're searching out a shoal zone for Gato. On the Zeon side of things, it's at this point that Gato meets the SEMA fleet, led by Sima Garahao, who we discussed during the One-Year War, and her crew of fellow cynics. Now just a quick refresher on their lore. Sima was the one who fired the gas bomb during Operation British that killed the colonists, where Giran lied and said it was sleeping gas. After that, her and her men's colony was turned into a giant space weapon which left them all homeless. So their give-a-fuck meter is at an all-time low. Regardless, Gato reunites with Delaz, and they're going to be united with Sima's fleet to pull off the operation. The Federation's on their heels, so Sima volunteers herself and her men to take on the Albion and their backup. Then Delaz and Gato suck off Giran or some bullshit, and you know what, fuck both of these genocidal douchebags. Anyway, Nina acts like a bitch and almost gets Ko killed, and gets the Gundam wrecked by playing into Pedo Stash's dick measuring contest. Let me show you how. You see, Shima's fleet launches with some mobile suits that you don't want to be across from if you've got a disadvantage. These things are called Gelgoog Marines. The MS-14F Gelgoog Marine is exactly what it sounds like. It's a variation of the original Gelgoog, but meaner and much more streamlined for space combat. Their backpacks have a bit more in common with the high-mobility Gelgoog, with a more developed backpack than a standard Gelgoog, and also has 2 external propellant tanks. So it goes without saying that these things...
Hit the wrong one. Isn't it... Oh, never mind. I get it. Marine. Okay. Kind of like... Isn't that like an ocean? Wouldn't that be a water? But no, it's a marine. Okay, fair enough.
Have speed that would be very hard to match, on top of their size and power. In some ways, this suit almost feels like Zeon's answer to the Gundam Alex in regards to its armaments. Each of its forearms has a 110mm cannon inside of it. Though they're a pretty high caliber, they're not really useful at long range. These suits also trade the beam naginata of the original Gelgoog for a pair of beam sabers. As for the rest of the armament, they can carry either a spike shield, which is admittedly just better for punching things than deflecting anything, or a standard Gelgoog shield. Weaponry is pretty simple as well. Anything Zeon can use, this thing can use too, including later beam weaponry that other Gelgoog units use. Another suit worth mentioning is the MS-14FS Marine Commander type that we'll see in a minute. On top of being a cracked out Gelgoog, it also had 2 40mm Vulcans in the head and improved maneuverability because it's a lighter unit, weighing about 1.3 tons less than a Gelgoog Marine at max weight. Long story short, these suits are honestly as good, if not better than what the Albion has. After this, Delaz broadcasts a message everywhere showing off the GPO-2, basically throwing the treaty from the One-Year War in the trash. As much as I hate to admit it, his logic is mostly sound, but it has one problem, and I'll explain what it is. See, if you guys remember, the Antarctic Treaty from the beginning of the One-Year War had a few terms. The very first was the banning of nuclear, biological, and chemical weaponry on top of no more colony drops. So the existence of the GPO-2, that the Federation foolishly armed with a live nuclear warhead, is in their eyes a violation of that treaty. Thing is, Zeon violated the treaty first, you fuckstick. Let's not forget that Mikuve broke it when he tried to drop a nuke during Operation Odessa. Now, during the stupid speech, I want you to have a look at a specific man next to the Admiral from the Federation in this speech. This man in goggles that is likely whispering into his ear is Deputy Commander Bask Ohm, a confidant of Jamitov Hyben. We'll see more of him in a bit, but just be aware of who he's next to for now. Either way, the battle commences, and Ko goes out in the Gundam, where he is at a significant disadvantage. You see, it hasn't been properly tuned for space combat. In fact, it's supposed to have additional equipment. And because Nina decided to treat a fucking Gundam, which is a priceless piece of military equipment, like it's something to be played with like a children's toy, Ko goes out there with a major disadvantage with mobile suits that have a level of performance that could be similar to that of the original RX-78-2. Once Sima hits the field, they break through quick and wreck 2 Salamis-class cruisers like they're nothing. Ko tries his best to stop the Gelgoogs and does manage to kill one of them. The thing is, Sima pulls the Gundam apart with her beam rifle, to the point where Ko's got to be saved by Lieutenant Burning, who drops one of Sima's escorts with ease. So yeah, because of Nina being a bitch, Ko and the Gundam get all jacked up. Now, at this point, I'm going to go over the next bits really fast, because they're really not that relevant to the Grips War. Albion goes to Luna, Ko gets sad over what happened, meets an old Xeon pilot named Kelly Lasner who got his arm blown off by Amuro during the Battle of Solomon. See the 1 Year War video. GPO-1 gets upgraded to what's called the full Vernier, or full Burnin if you want to mistranslate it, and after a dope-ass takeoff sequence, goes to fight the mobile armor that Kelly was working on. One thing worth noting about this upgrade is that the verniers on the back of the suit give it the best acceleration of any early Universal Century mobile suit. Yeah, this thing has 3 Gs of acceleration, which is even faster than the new Gundam or the Zeta Gundam, both of which are known for being blinding fast. As for the mobile armor, it's called the MA-06 Valwallo. The thing is basically what you get if you put the Grublo and the Big Ro in a blender. It has a plasma leader, 110mm Vulcan gun, 2-tube missile pod, and a large mega particle cannon. It's basically giant enemy crab. So, Ko fights it and attacks its weak point for massive damage, thus killing Kelly Lasner because this was essentially a suicide run. So Ko gets the girl, and we move on to the key points of the story, because this is where things get really interesting. First, we find out that the Federation will be having a naval review, where they have a gathering of most of the Federation fleet for inspection. We also see that Sima Garahau is meant to meet up with a ship from the Federation as well. Thing is, the Albion is in the process of being resupplied, and happens to be in between the Federation ship and the Sima fleet. So the plan's aborted, and the Albion engages the Sima fleet as the Birmingham, the other Federation ship, retreats, because they don't want everyone to know what's going on and that things might be getting done between them and part of Zeon. So it's Chuck, Ko, and Burning versus Sima's guys. Now during the fight, Burning actually finds a wrecked ship with a dead Zeon officer's corpse that has a briefcase attached. Burning snags the case but gets surprised by Sima, who does manage to nick Burning's Gym Custom. On the way back to the Albion, Burning has a look at the paperwork, which contains what Operation Stardust really is. The problem is that he's not able to tell the people around him in time what's really going on. You see, the hit that he took screwed with the interior of his Gym Custom, which detonates, killing the lieutenant and taking whatever he saw with him to his grave. Soon after this, the naval review takes place and Zeon launches their attack. Outside of Solomon, Anavel Gato returns to the battleground that made him famous. With the GPO-2, he goes in at full speed, and he does the one thing that everyone feared the most.
Alright, I don't even know that music's copyright or not, so we're gonna mute that for a minute. Just to be on the safe side. Should have did that earlier.
2013 guy, and is also Annabelle Gato, and is also Shadow the Hedgehog, so I'm guessing that means that somewhere in his heart Annabelle Gato loves Latinas. Anyway, with one move, the Zeonic forces have effectively wiped out a massive chunk of the Federation Navy with one stroke. Around 2/3 of it to be exact, but as the Federation officials state, they still outnumber Zeonic forces by a substantial amount. Ko goes after Gato, and the two do battle. Over with Sima, we see that a countdown is ticking down for reasons that we'll find out later. Regardless, Units 1 and 2 finally do battle again, with Gato taking an early advantage. But when Ko realizes that the left arm of the GPO-2 is busted after the nuke launch, he manages to even the fight out. The duel ends in a draw, with both the GPO-1 and GPO-2 destroyed. Funnily enough, once both men open their cockpits, Gato gets face-to-face with Ko and says he'll never forget Uraki's name. Both men are picked up by their respective backup and live to fight another day, even though their Gundams don't. Elsewhere, a Federation patrol is inspecting colonies being moved, and then they're ambushed by Gelgug Marines. We also see the Delaz fleet kill the ships from the Colony Corporation, who, by the way, are fellow Space Noids. So yeah, Zeon kills more of their own people. Stop telling me that they're for Space Noids. Anyway, you can piece together what the next part of Operation Stardust is. Drop another colony. Now, Captain Synapse's gut feeling is telling him that things aren't over, and as we know here in the audience, there is a third Gundam. The ship heads to the La Vie en Rose, right as they find out about Zeon's colony jacking. Nina suspects that the detonation of the colony mirrors will cause both colonies to hit one another. with one being drawn in by the gravity of the moon and landing right on Luna 2, killing everyone there. Now, you might be asking, what the hell is the La Vie en Rose? I just get some French singer when I Google it. Well, dear viewer, the La Vie en Rose is a dockable manufacturing plant that stays out in orbit as a testing ground for Anaheim Electronics mobile suits. For those who don't really know much about this phase of the Gundam timeline, I'll just tell you right now that we're going to see more of it in the future. Also, it's called what it is because it's a big flower. Either way, the colonies collide and morph to the genocidal races. With the Federation, they're arguing over what exactly to do in the scenario, with the civilian politicians arguing over things, but noting that Axis Zeon is still neutral at this point in time, and that there are acceptable losses here. It shouldn't surprise anyone that the Federation is looking at this just as a set of numbers that they can afford to lose. As I've mentioned before, the Federation sucks too. The thing is that up to this point, you're basically picking your poison. Soulless corruption with the Feddies, or Hitler with Zeon. I'll take the former, thank you. Now, speaking of Axis, Gato has actually taken his men to the station with the intention of building bridges so that his men can stay there after this battle is over. But for now, they're resupplying. While he's there, he's given a gift. A brand spanking new mobile armor that he describes as the spirit of Zeon taken form. This is the Neue Ziel. The AMX-002 Neue Ziel is the first mobile armor to be developed from its parent mobile armor, the 0GR. Calling it a monster is an understatement. It's over 76 meters tall, weighs over 403 tons at max weight, and is probably one of the best mobile armors that Zeon ever produced. Not only is this giant thing fast and maneuverable, like the 0GR, it also uses an eye field to protect itself. It's also got a pair of computer-controlled claw arms. With the computer, you can pull similar maneuvers to what Char did with the Zeon.
Okay, we want to do this, we want to do this.
As for armament, it has a mega cannon in the waist, 9 megaparticle cannons across the body, 4 missile launchers in the hip binders, plus another smaller pair around other parts of the skirt armor. There's also 2 sub-arms in each piece of the shoulder armor, each of which carry a beam saber. Back with the Albion, they dock with the La Vie en Rose, and Nina doesn't want Ko to pilot the Unit 3, and what the fuck is wrong with you, lady? Ugh, never mind. Anyway, the Federation military stonewalls the ship because of the losses taken thus far, with the Admiral being taken off supervision of the project. Still, Synapse manages to finagle Nina and Ko onto the La Vie en Rose. As for the rest of the Federation, a small detachment catches up to the Delaz fleet, and what happens next is predictable because, well, Gato's there.
Die!
As for the colony above Luna, Von Braun City fires a beam at it that gives power to the colony, giving it acceleration. Yeah, see, this is enough to send it right towards Earth, and they've only got 38 hours to stop it. Back at the Rose, Ko is shown the specs of the GPO-3 and he agrees to pilot it. So even despite Nina's tantrums, Ko gets ready to fight. He and Luzette, a designer from Anaheim and friend of Nina's, break into the hangar to grab the GPO-3. However, the base commander gives the order to shoot Ko on sight. They intercept Ko, and the commander, being an egotistical dipshit, tries to kill Uraki and ends up killing Luzette. Now, lucky for Ko, the rest of the Immortal Fourth, alongside the rest of the Albion crew, managed to stop any more casualties by coming in with their own guns. Before Luzette passes away, she drops that she knew that right after the 1-year war, Gato and Nina were lovers, which is why she's so against the two of them fighting. However, to quote Banana Lynx, even so. See, you can't prioritize your feelings over a fucking colony hitting Earth! The GPO-3 is armed, and Ko takes off in this massive unit. The RX-78 GP-03 Gundam Dendrobium is the Federation's answer to Zeon mobile armors. This is actually a 2-part mobile suit. The first part, the outer mobile armor, is called the Orcus, and this thing is a massive mobile arsenal, carrying a battleship-grade mega beam cannon, a claw arm with a beam saber, 108 tube micro missile pods, 84 tube micro missile pods formatted to eliminate pursuing enemies, a 3-tube large missile pod that features homing missiles, a demolition chain, a stored beam rifle that's similar to the Zephyranthus's, a pair of folding bazookas, and a shield for the Stamen as well should it needed. Plus, it has an eye field, which is dope. Outside of the Orcus, the GPO-3 Gundam Dendrobium Stamen is still a very capable mobile suit.
What's next?
Though not as fast as the GBO-1 Fulvernier, It's not that far behind. It still has an acceleration of 2.69 Gs, making it one of the fastest early Universal Century mobile suits, and was way ahead of its time in regards to maneuverability. It made good use of the aforementioned beam rifle and the folding bazooka, plus carried 2 beam sabers inside of its backpack. Funnily enough, this is the first Gundam that we've talked about in this video, and maybe in the entire series so far, that doesn't have 60mm Vulcan cannons in its head, except for the Epion, now that I think about it. Now, there are 2 spots on either side of the face that might have been meant for them to be installed later, but given that this suit was still being tested, it's possible they just didn't find time to install them. Either way, the GPO-3 has caught up with the Zeon fleet. At this point, Axis' ships that came to escort them are falling back. And if you're wondering, yeah, Haman does make a cameo appearance. The fact that these ships, which are under her command, are even here should indicate where her head is. Or in the 0083 manga, where her big ass is at. Regardless, it's here we see another Zeon MS that's new, and if you thought we were done with MS breakdowns, we got a few more for this section. 0083 is basically mobile suit porn, let's be honest. The MS-21 Drak C was actually developed by the Delaz fleet to boost their combat strength. It's basically a Zeon fighter bomber and a Zaku having a baby, without legs. It's also a space-only suit that has a shield, a beam saber, 3-barrel 40mm Vulcan gun, and can also be equipped with a Gatling gun. They're also completely ineffective against the Denobrium, which absolutely outmaneuvers and starts wrecking Zeon mobile suits like they're an afterthought. After a bit, the mobile suits retreat, and then Gato and Ko clash again. Now, one thing worth mentioning is that the GPO-3 uses a good amount of ballistic weaponry, which eye fields do not deflect. After scoring a hit on Gato, Ko returns to the Albion to resupply, with about 8 hours left until the colony hits the point of no return. Now, on Earth, we see things have changed. Admiral Cohen is shocked to see that none other than Jamatov Hireman is there with the head of the Federation forces, and things are changing. With a gun pointed at Cohen's head, the current admiral of the Earth forces is ignoring the smart thing, rather waiting to possibly mop up Zeon forces after the colony hits and using a different method of possibly destroying it. This leaves the Albion alone to try and stop things. Though we did see Seema on the admiral's screen beforehand, didn't we? That's because, as you probably guessed, Seema is a double agent. As for the other option, the Federation is going to use a solar ray weapon to try to take out the colony, with it being led by none other than Bask Ohm. Must pay to have friends in high places. Regardless, the fight continues. Ko continues to fight both Gato and the fleet simultaneously on relatively zero rest. At this point, he's been fighting for over 10 hours straight with only resupply times to take a break, in which case he usually stims up. Despite Ko's best efforts, the colony crosses the point of no return.
3, 2, 1, go! First person to land all 6 bottle flips wins challenge 1. This video is sponsored by Go-Go Squeeze. Today, Tommy and Matthew are competing in a 6-part trick shot challenge where the trick shots get wilder every time a wave of...
However, the Delaz fleet has ceased fire and wandered right into the path of the solar ray as a gift for the Federation. Funnily enough, as much of a bitch as Seema is, her history kind of makes it understandable why she'd switch sides. Anyway, she ventilates Delaz's head, and in turn, Gato ventilates the bridge. Seema does escape, though, and gets into her mobile suit for the final phase of the fight. At this point, Bask Ohm tells Synapse to guard the solar system alongside the Seema fleet, which Synapse is not happy about. Same with Ko. As for Gato, he goes right after the solar ray system. As for Seema, she takes off in the last mobile suit I'm breaking down this episode. Well, this section. Remember how I talked about the GPO-4 being partially assembled? This suit is the final version when Seema got her hands on it. The AGX-04 Gerber Tetra is basically a Gundam skeleton with a Zeon skin. Unlike the original GPO-4 though, which was meant to be a sniper unit, the Gerber Tetra is a high-mobility mid-range unit. It carries with it 4 110mm machine cannons in its forearms, a beam saber, and a beam machine gun as well. It also has propellant tanks to help with its speed, giving it a speed close to 3 Gs. It also has a detachable piece of equipment called a stern booster that allows it to go even faster than that, but it is detached prior to combat. Either way, the battle becomes a clusterfuck. Seema fleet versus what's left of Delaz, which was already fighting the Federation. Now, just as they're about to fire the solar ray, Gato manages to land a hit on the control ship, and Bask fired the damn thing a little too early as well. So the gamble absolutely fails. The colony survives, and everyone's got to run out of its way, and everything just goes tits up. The colony will be hitting Earth, but for some reason, Nina takes up on the GPO-1's old core fighter. Oh, and Seema tries to take out the GPO-3. How's that work out for her?
Not very well.
Oh, that's how. So much for the Gerber Tetra. Back on the colony, Gato course corrects the colony, but is confronted by Nina. He reveals that Jaburo is not the target. Nina pulls a gun on Gato to try and stop him, but she doesn't pull the trigger. For fuck's sake. Now, why, might you ask? Oh, I promised myself I wasn't going to do this again. I wasn't going to call him anymore, but fuck it. Woofy!
Because she's a woman.
Thank you. So Ko shoots him, but Nina tries to stop him, and Gato just smacks her, and then Nina pulls a gun on Ko? Lady, what the fuck? God, I hate this woman. Anyway, Zeon's remaining ships retreat while the Federation tells them to piss off out of here, and they've only got a small amount of time to do so. As for Gato, he punches Nina in the gut, then decides to go after Ko one last time, giving Nina's ship to the retreating forces. As for Bask Ohm, he's not too pleased with things and decides to fire on Gato and Ko at the same time with what's left of the solar ray because he's a dick. On Earth, the colony impacts North America, the one place where most of Earth gets its food. So yeah, Zeon is trying to starve the fucking planet. Please stop saying they're the good guys. Anyway, in space, Gato shoved Ko out of the way of the solar ray, leaving he and the GPO-3 to return to the Albion after firing some shots in absolute frustration. As for Gato, he refuses to surrender or retreat. After the colony impacts, and after hours on hours of fighting on top of taking damage from the solar ray, he charges straight into the enemy fleet. He kamikazes a Salamis-class cruiser, bringing an end to the life of the Nightmare of Solomon. After this, Ko Uraki and Iogar Synapse were tried under a military tribunal. Lieutenant J.G. Uraki was sentenced to 1 year hard labor for use of a top-secret machine, disobeying orders, breach of service, insubordination, and a myriad of other charges. As for Captain Synapse, he was sentenced to death under the accusation of treason, which was a crime he was not guilty of. On December 4th, 0083, Vice Admiral Cohen was removed from power, and the failures of Bask Ohm were covered up because the organization that they're about to start rewards failure instead of punishing it. Trust me, it becomes a theme. The new Federation task force known as the Titans were founded, with Jamitov Hyman installed as their leader. Many of the staff of the Albion were folded into the Titans, including what remained of the Immortal 4th Team, who would go on to receive brand new mobile suits called the Jim Quell. Yeah, I lied about the breakdowns. The RGM-79Q Jim Quell is the first mass-produced unit created for Titan Special Forces. The use of this suit during these days have to be put in quotation marks when I say peacekeeping. For better or worse, this suit is a mass-production, more lightweight version of the Jim Custom. The suit would also be the key in the creation of the movable frame technology. Next episode for that breakdown, by the way. Plus would serve as the basis for the Gundam line known as the Hazel series. Now, both of these didn't actually use the movable frame, they were just the start of the research. Anyway, as for its weapons, same loadout as the Jim Custom, can use all the same stuff, but could also carry a massive flamethrower for peacekeeping. In UC 0084, the truth of the colony drop and all material relating to the Gundam development project were scrapped. As a result, the charges against Lieutenant J.G. Uraki were dropped, and he received an early release. Now stationed to the Oakley base, which would be in Kansas, where Chuck Keith is now piloting a Federation version of a Gelgoog Marine. And Nina was waiting for him as well. Now Ko's story ends bittersweet, but the creation of the Titans would cast a brand new shadow.
Before we start on the next section, I just want to remind everyone that if you enjoyed this video so far, please hit the subscribe button for more content. If you'd like to see videos...
Yeah, no, I agree. Make sure to subscribe to Big Makasi. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Either way, make sure to subscribe. Because it's actually a pretty good video. I'm actually enjoying it. It's actually giving me a lot of details that I didn't even consider when I first watched this show. Oh, whoa. Okay. That was not supposed to happen. Crap. Alright. There we go. We're good. Woo. Dang. Alright. Let's keep it going. Oh, this is almost over anyways. I wonder if part 2 will be done. I don't know. Alright, let me see. Is it cleaned off? Are we good? Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah, it looks fine. Alright, we're good with this. Alright, we'll keep going. Let's keep it going.
Like this early, plus enjoy other benefits like access to my Discord server and things along those lines, consider becoming a channel member or a patron. Link is in the description. Okay, back to the war crimes. In September of 0084, Shar takes his fleet from Axis and orders it to separate, with each ship operating independently from here on in. Shar himself returns to the Ambrosia base, where he had received the Perfect Xeon a couple years prior. It's here that he and a small team headed for the Republic on a cargo ship. And while there, his small group of allies ask him to change his identity and become part of the Federation to undercut the Titans group. Each of he and his confidants would take names of missing soldiers from the Federation, letting them seamlessly integrate. At the same time, the Titans leadership meets about issues that are going on at Side 1, with Bask Ohm ordering it to be, quote-unquote, nipped in the bud.
Crap.
Lieutenant Tiago, the man in charge of squashing the problem, has a maid that's actually a spy for Shar named Oksana, who has the room bugged and overhears that the Titans are planning on deploying mobile suits for peacekeeping. Back with Shar and his team, everyone's name and rank has now changed. Shar Aznable, formerly a captain, is now Lieutenant Quattro Bagina. Andy is now Apolli Bay. Ricardo is now Roberto. And Jessica Diaz is now Jane. They run into a problem early on where a confidant that Shar and his team were working with, named Bjorn, turns out to be a double agent, running off with the data of their real identities. This sees Shar actually pilot a Jim for the first time, with he and George, the guy who got him the new identities, in pursuit. Though Bjorn manages to get inside a Salamis-class ship where he was supposed to flee to, Quattro's on the ball, destroying the mobile suit hatch, and as you'd expect from an ace pilot, he makes mincemeat out of the Salamis. Back with the Titans, it seems that false intel got leaked to Xeon to make sure none of the remnant forces would try to interfere with what's going on. One Xeon group is only able to send out a single Zaku piloted by a young new type named Kamuji, which runs into 3 Jim Quells. Luckily for Kamuji, Shar and George show up to help her out. Unfortunately, reinforcements come from a nearby Salamis cruiser, and George is killed by one of the Titans. However, more backup comes from a strange place. Fabian, of all people, just shows up. Somehow he got his hands on a Gelgoog, and after some time, the remaining pilots manage to drop the Titan suits, and the Titan's cruiser gets dropped as well. After this, we finally see the first meeting between Quattro Bagina and the Earth Federation's Commodore Blex Forer, who would set the foundation for a future resistance against the Titans. In UC 0085, we head to Side 1, which was one of the first places Xeon attacked when they decided to kill fellow space noids during the 1-year war. No, I'm not stopping. At a specific colony called 30 Banshee, an anti-Titans protest took place. The Titan response was blunt. They used G3 gas, the same type used by Xeon when they killed their own people before dropping a colony, was used here on the populace, this time by the Federation. Every single person within the colony was killed. As a response, the Anti-Earth Union group took up arms against the Titans. Though the AUG existed before this as a reform group to get rid of the massive amounts of corruption within the Federation, this is the point where they became an actual military force, made up of both former Xeon and former Federation personnel, joined together to put down a massive threat to everyone. Just as a quick note for those of you who think my favorite Universal Century faction is the Federation, I have a response for you.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
The AUG is actually my favorite faction. And then, well, later on they get turned into Londo Bell, but yeah, them. So suck it, Trebek. Suck it long, suck it hard. Anyway, in 0085, Jessica returns to Xeon after helping Quattro out for a while Roberto and Apolli stick with the AUG. As for the young new type Kamuji, she's going to return to her old life as a singer, and hopefully she has better dance moves than Mir Campbell. Yeesh. Anyway, at this point there's a large necessity for the AUG to start acquiring as much of a military force as humanly possible, given that they're going to be up against such a tough force. For those curious, several One-Year War veterans would be members of the Titans. We already saw many left over from the Albion joining up, including the remains of the Immortal 4th Team. Plus, Ford Romfellow, pilot of Gundam Unit 5, and Lieutenant Agar, the pilot of the Mudrock, joined the Titans as well. So those two would leave in short order, but even then they would go train pilots, probably end up joining the Titans. Point being that the Titans were attracting a lot of talent. Now, over in Axis at 0086, Haman has decided to move it towards the Earth sphere, and during this time, as she ponders where Char is at, two little girls come and hug her that look absolutely identical. For those curious, this is the first appearance of the clones of Elpeo Puru, a young new type, showing that Zeon was experimenting with cloning new types. In UC 0087, right outside of the Sweetwater colony, Quattro is introduced to the new mobile suit developed specifically for the AUG by Anaheim Electronics. This project is called the Gamma Gundam Project. But the mobile suit it produced is, yeah, that's not a Gundam. And Quattro has a different name in mind because there's nobody more familiar with Gundams than him. This, ladies and gents, is the Rick DS. The RMS-099 Rick DS, formerly known as the Gamma Gundam, is the mass-produced mobile suit created from the AUG's Zeta project for their war against the Titans. This was also the first mobile suit built from a new material called Gundarium Gamma, which was much lighter than the original material used to make the RX-78 series of mobile suits, ergo allowing it to be much more maneuverable than those already incredibly maneuverable suits, which says something. It adopts a 360-degree panoramic cockpit like the Gundam Alex and the GPO-3. Though not intended, it essentially is a successor to the Dom in appearance and functionality. It has a 50mm Vulcan in the head, and could use a 300mm clay bazooka that could be loaded with adhesive rounds, explosive rounds, and even flechette rounds. It also used a pair of beam pistols with enough power to bust a mobile suit up with ease, plus could use a beam rifle and beam saber. Side note, at this point in the Universal Century, beam-capable mobile suits have become the standard, so I will not be mentioning that as a positive whatsoever. Nearly every mobile suit from here on in will primarily use beam weaponry. That just goes to show you how much the Gundam honestly changed how mobile suit development was going to go forward in the future. Everything wants to be the Gundam now, so new standards need to be created, which we will see as this goes on. Now this brings us to chatter about a secret Titans base in a familiar spot to Quattro. Side 7. For those who don't remember, Side 7 is where the original Gundam was developed. Now specifically, this is the Green Noah colony. To Quattro's absolute horror, it's revealed to him that the Federation are developing Gundams there. Gundams. Plural. So at this point, Quattro is flanked by Apolly and Roberto in their Rick Diaz suits. At the launch of this mission, Char feels a presence of a new type on the colony. And the future of the Universal Century is about to feel another major shift. On the next episode of Zeta Gundam Explained, the Griff's War will be beginning in full, as a frustrated young boy gets driven to get even with the Titans. Old friends from the previous war will return, and longtime rivals will become allies to wage war on the Titans, to stop them from committing more atrocities against the people of space. So next time on Gundam Explained, prepare yourselves for Grand Theft Gundam. You will see the tears of time.
person I've ever had on the podcast. You just...
Okay. Just do that. This right in here. All right. No, it's not. Okay. This is where the hard part comes in. All right. Let's do that. All right, now. Oh, that might help out too. There we go. All right. And do it like this. Okay. Oh, crap. Hold on. Let me open it up back up one more time. It's not done. Dang it. I just realized I did something wrong here. Come on, open back up. Open back up real quick. Hold on. I messed up in one spot. Open back up. Come on. Come on. Open back up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Open up. Here, I can do it right here. Nope. Take this off. There we go. All right, and we're gonna run this one. Open again. Open it up. There we go. All right, it's gonna open up in like 2 seconds. This is the part I hate, when you forget. That's another thing. Don't forget. Realize you may forget parts. Try not to forget parts. But it happens. It happens. there. Is that it? Are we in? Ah, finally. Okay. That took forever. Jeez. Alright. Now we're done. Yeah. Let's put this right in here. Did that not work? There. Wait a minute. Oh. Wait a minute, huh? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay, there we go. Set it backwards. Alright. Finally. That stupid mistake. I finished the legs. The legs are done. Now, all we need is the waist. And another runner cleaned out. Boom. Now all we need is the waist. And then we're done. Alright, let me put one more thing on. Hopefully something shorter. Let's see. Yes, I know. I'm mad I got stuck on that stupid leg, but I had to get it done. Alright, let's find something a little short that we could check out. No, I don't want to watch that. 0079. Don't want to watch that. Failure Gundam C. Boys come in. Off history. What can I put on so we can finish this up? No. Gundam. I wish we could. You know what, let's put on some Mega Man. There we go. Check this one out. This is 2 weeks ago, right?
Off for adults and kids. Mosquito and tick repellent you both can agree on.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
There we go.
Alright, when I jumped into this video, I thought it was just going to
here
be
we go.
a quick
Let's go ahead
rundown
and
of
finish this
Nebula
one up.
Joy and how they handled the X-Dive global license.
D1.
For those who don't know, Mega Man X-Dive was a gacha game developed by Capcom Taiwan, and Nebula Joy had the license for handling the global release. They didn't actually add any new developments or anything like that. But now that both games have closed down, I dug into Nebula Joy's handling of that license, and the more I dug, the more shocked I became over how things were managed. I keep my finger on the pulse in regards to everything Mega Man related. I know the community is starving for new games right now, and the last whiff of a new project was Time Rift XZ, a mobile game that was also going to be handled by Nebula Joy, only for it to be cancelled. Now, Nebula Joy has been viewed with scorn from the Mega Man community. Some fans like to defend them, and to an extent, I can understand why. While X-Dive Global was online, they were very communicable on Discord, and even did consistent streams to give away codes and sales. But there is a ton of controversy surrounding how they ran Mega Man X-Dive Global. Previously, I actually did a video about the very controversial week of X-Dive Global coming out. Eventually, I deleted it because most of it was just me ranting about Global starting from scratch compared to Taiwan, which I didn't know was typical for most mobile games at the time. But there were a lot more issues than just starting from scratch. Without even properly introducing themselves, Nebula Joy announced the beta for the Global X-Dive. People were like, who? Is this a scam? And the beta asking for permission to make phone calls didn't reassure people. And during the beta, they heavily implied that there was going to be global exclusive content compared to Taiwan. Later on, however, this proved false because Capcom literally told them no, and they had to firmly state that later during interviews. But eventually, X-Dive Global was officially released, and it wasn't exactly global. Latin America servers were separated and opened later. And then there was the fact that a slew of new players simply couldn't log into the game. Nebula Joy tried their best to troubleshoot issues on Discord, which, I mean, good on them. They were quick and responsive. However, an admin was asking users to share their IP address with them. And no, that's a major security concern. Please don't do that. And during all this, people started to notice advertisement for X-Dive Global, which... Okay, so I've been showcasing how the game actually plays in the background, so you could take a look at these ads.
Oh god. That looks horrible.
Then there's also this.
Another episode of How You Die. Let's see how our first player does. There are traps all around. What's going on? Dead. Is it really that hard?
Now, it's not uncommon for ads to actually not showcase gameplay, but I mean, come on, look at the quality. It was abysmal, and people were laughing and pointing at all the mistakes. Smigma balls. The person in charge of marketing accidentally leaked the yet-to-be-announced Nana, too. She wouldn't be playable till a year and a half later on Taiwan, and they had their content ahead of time. Actually, while fact-checking this video, I reached out and had a brief exchange of Brian from the Rockman Corner. I ran the bulletin points of this script with them to make sure everything was accurate, but he also added on that the marketing staff gave the impression of being lazy. In fact, regarding Nana, they argued with Brian, trying to correct the fact that Nana wasn't Alia. Alia is the main navigator from the official Mega Man X games starting from the 5th entry. Nana is a side character from the RPG spin-off, Command Mission. So the fact that the Rockman Corner had to show proof is like, why is this advertiser adamant in being wrong? Like, you're arguing with one of the best lore heads in the Mega Man community. Come on, you could even...
Oh, I watched this before, but it's alright.
It wasn't just that, though. The marketing team primarily relied on the Rockman Corner to do all the announcements.
It's alright, we're almost done, so I'll
getting
let
paid
it go.
for not marketing, I suppose. But sooner or later, Nebula Joy found out, and apparently the person running all these advertisements and trailers got fired. They even changed their YouTube channel to reflect that. But if you go on it now, you could see that they later got rehired. But while he was fired, he was responsible for leaking that Time Rift XZ trailer that confused people even further. But okay. There was some startup hiccups and stuff outside of Nebula Joy's control because that was just a marketing person running amok. They'd trudge along and X-Dive Global would continue running, and I admit, I was playing along in the beginning and they were very charitable with the premium currency, but there was also a bunch of issues. For example, people know about energy systems in mobile games, right? There would be events and you'd spend all your energy to get the most points from it, but sometimes they'd run 2 events simultaneously and that drained all your energy so you couldn't do one without doing the other. Then they kept accidentally removing free stuff, which, you know, it could look like they're trying to get more money from you, but it could have just been a slip up too. Either case is not looking really good for Nebula Joy. But they did try to do minor unique events compared to the base Taiwan version, and they were very active on Discord and started becoming more transparent with Q&As and interviews. Good stuff, honestly. They addressed all this controversy. But remember how I said they implied global exclusive content before? The reality is, they really couldn't do much. They couldn't even make new events, just repurpose already existing ones, and even then just slightly. So all these issues started becoming blame Capcom, and people were like, oh, okay. But then things start to get a little worse. Now, I don't want to focus on every global banner controversy under Nebula Joy's belt, because truthfully, Capcom could have been the one forcing him to make worse decisions regarding the gacha rates. However, I will highlight a particular embarrassing scandal that was aired out in public. So about a year later, there was a Monster Hunter collaboration with Valstrax Zero and Zenogre Iris. If you're unfamiliar with how banners work, basically you spend a currency hoping to get a character or weapon from the banner advertised. And they're usually around for a limited time, and sometimes they might not even come back. So for this Monster Hunter collaboration, there was an outcry because of Zero and Iris having separate banners instead of being together. And also, they had worse odds to be dropped compared to the Taiwanese version. Now again, Capcom could have forced this, but the admins tried to justify it on public, saying that them being separate would be better odds because you could get the one you want faster. However, the community showed a map explaining that no, potentially you'll have to spend twice as much, so the admins continued to justify the separation by doing a live stream and showing their attempts at the gacha machine.
Let's see how long it takes. Even the disaster after remember there was this game that remember. Oh, there's a 30 second on that.
Now here's the thing, the admin can just give themselves unlimited premium currency. It's not a big deal for them. But they'd go on to show that it took them 25 of the 10 pull drops to get Iris.
It's all good. It's all good. Because when you pull, I mean, the possibility of this happening should be never risk.
That's 250 attempts technically, and that costs 25,000 elemental metals, the premium currency, and he only got the character because he tried so many times that he had to use the pity system to get Iris. So technically, Iris never even dropped from the gacha.
This game's not about getting every single game character.
Looking like study time.
Trying to.
Oh, your Lenovo Aura edition can block all my distractions. Sorry, is that distracting?
Just our roomie routine. Find your focus on a Lenovo laptop.
Max them out. Like every single time. Right?
And for the record, buying the most EMs at the times cost a little over $100. You get like 4,000 for 100, let's say. Suddenly, X-Dive Offline being $30 off sales seems a lot more reasonable, doesn't it? Now, I will admit, what the admin said about it being unlikely for players getting everybody rings true for every gacha. That's just the reality of it, unless you're a whale. But it's just how adamant he was about arguing his point on Discord and then proving the naysayers right in the process. But talking about these live streams, now I said previously that Nebula Joy had fans because of their constant social media presence, but over time the admins took this goodwill for granted. The power went to their heads basically, and there were multiple reports of them muting and banning anyone that just happened to get on their bad side. Look at this, you couldn't even joke in defense of the admins because they would sometimes misinterpret and threaten you with a ban. By the way, I'd like to thank WeedSmoker69438 on Reddit for archiving this thread and keeping the links alive. It was a big help for this video and made me dig deeper into the abandoned Discord. Because surprisingly, the X-Dive Global Discord is still online and active. But the admins have already left. Also, fun fact, something strange happened shortly after I rejoined the Discord and started this project, but I'll save that for later. But yeah, the admin known as 0x would run these live streams, during which they would give out flash sales and codes for those who participated. Honestly, that sounds dope. I love it when people engage with the community, you know?
Okay, most of you are from my Discord channel. From our Discord channel, Bao3D, welcome. Sorry you got banned.
But even then, Nebula Joy managed to screw this up because these sales and codes, they only lasted an hour. And again, this game is global. Time zones exist, and not everyone can participate in the streams, whether they're in bed, working, or who knows. But so these codes lasting at least 24 hours should be the bare minimum. So when people pointed that out, the admin just told them,
sorry, you missed out for having a life.
And to make an already bad situation even worse, they'd have flash sales that were hosted for only 20 minutes, and they were notorious for multi-charging people and not actually giving what they purchased. And while some of these streams are advertised as friendly, you know what, no, I'll let 0x speak for themselves.
Why is he doing this? What a little bitch, dude. I'm trying to give away the next color, and this little bitch is doing this.
And unfortunately, this attitude continues onto their Devil May Cry game that they also run.
Wait, what song is this? Do you want to get banned? Do you want to get banned? Asking what song this is will get you banned, guys, alright? So don't do it.
So, How else can you screw over your community? Oh yeah, the fan art contest. X-Dive Global held a fan art contest where winners can be paid with a large sum of premium. However, they were criticized for allowing AI-generated art to enter the contest, and they've apparently ran multiple art contests where the mods always seem to win. Also, these contests were ran pretty poorly since they just close them early without giving a heads up, so not every artist can submit their work in time. And I haven't even gotten into the stolen fan art controversy, where Nebula Joy used this for advertisement. But hey, at least Nebula Joy were active on Twitter, where they kept on top of posting new events, for North America and Europe. Sadly, Latin America was mostly neglected. In fact, Latin America in general got the shaft, I'm sorry. Even during the Latin anniversary stream, the admins still sign into the North America server, and that's probably because there's a litany of glitches and also longer content droughts, so Latin America was way behind compared to everybody else. And even the Latin players switch regional servers simply because they'd suffer less lag playing on North American servers. Now for this next claim, I don't have the evidence to back it up, so take it with a grain of salt. But allegedly, Nebula Joy began to employ Latin users on Discord to translate the game, and they only paid them with minimal premium currency. I don't know exactly how much that means, and unfortunately I can't show any receipts or proof because it was in an admin-only channel on the X-Dive Global Discord. But that's okay though, Nebula Joy managed to get by through not translating the game anymore. Yeah, the rest of it was just in English, and Latin users was just plagued with a bunch of unique glitches such as not even being able to shop anymore. Amazing. But now let's move on ahead. Rockman X-Dive announced their end of service, you know, the one in Taiwan, and kept the game operational. Shops were closed down and they were giving bundles of freemium so that we could keep playing until the end. We were even able to refund unused paid currency after the closure. Now I'm not saying the Taiwanese version was perfect, it had its issues and glitches too, but honestly they handled this closure a lot more gracefully. And I was engaged with the community too, and I had a closure stream where I hung out with the other players to the very last minute. It was very emotional for me. Shout out to Jiro Express, by the way.
My son, tell me why we fight.
Because our enemy still lives.
You all have traveled far and missed the warmth of home. But tonight, think of only one thing. Killing the monster.
But during this, Global claimed it would remain online indefinitely, and were in talks with Capcom about keeping the game running with new stuff. But the hard truth was, no. All they could do in the meantime was buff pre-existing characters and advertise them as new units. It was admittedly a clever way to stretch out a gacha with its fate set in stone, but it was misleading all the same. So it came time for Global to naturally close its doors, and they only did it 1 month in advance. If you still had any paid currency left, well, people were instructed to go through their mobile provider. And this news shocked Latin players the most because, well, they didn't even get the announcement. The official Latin page for X-Dive Global stopped posting nearly a year ago. Some of them didn't even know it was happening and were wondering why they couldn't play the game anymore. Which leads me to... yeah, remember all the way back in the beginning where I mentioned people had sign-in issues? Yeah, that was still an issue until the very end. People needed the admins to do a manual transfer in case their account suffered a bug where they couldn't log in anymore. But Nebula Joy was silent for more than half a year until the announcement. So you'd see a list of people complaining, asking for their account transfer, and all their requests falling on deaf ears. So that's it, right? X-Dive is done, Nebula Joy's mishandling is done. Well, it's time to talk about Time Rift, the previously announced and cancelled Mega Man game. They actually rebranded this name and used it to re-release X-Dive Online in China. This rightfully confused people because not only is this game's destination already set in stone, but also X-Dive Offline was already available for China for over a year. But the name change was due to censorship. They couldn't use X-Dive, but another result of censorship was, well, look at Alia. Yeah, that was definitely a rush job. So this X-Dive rebranded as Time Rift launched with online features enabled. Kind of silly to relaunch a game with a predetermined lifespan, but hey, People were desperate to relive online features, I guess. So desperate, in fact, that there are reports of people stealing the personal information of Chinese citizens to play it. Which, of course that's illegal, don't do that. One more thing. The gacha rates. They were already reduced in global, as pointed out before. But now? Fractions of a percent for nearly anything that might give you an advantage. Stay classy, Nebula Joy. Now, the reason I started this project was because there were reports of Nebula Joy potentially closing the game down again, because they went silent on all social media sites again. But shortly after the Rockman Corner announced the potential end of service announcement, Nebula Joy decided to strike back from the grave. So no ending announcement yet. However, remember a while back I referenced something in the Discord? While I was digging for citation and receipts in the global Discord, someone odd popped up and urged everybody to hop on TimeRef to get boosted in the PvP arena. Now, the reason people were buying personal information was because this game requires Chinese citizenship to even access. And apparently this anonymous user had a history of jumping on Mega Man related Discords and urging people to break the law to play the game. And if you said no, then you're racist. Part of me wants to believe that this might be a Nebula Joy employee going undercover to help promote TimeRef, but it could just also be a random jerk on the internet. However, peek this screen cap of Anonymous arguing while driving. So
wow, I was talking this entire time. I didn't realize my mic was muted. That was embarrassing. Alright, well, I'm here. I've been here. And I've been talking.
It's not small, it's not a niche IP.
Jeez.
There's a large population of fans starving for new content, and there always will be. But the thing we have to accept and understand is that there's different factions and fandoms within the Mega Man universe. You've got Classic, X, Legends,
I'm X.
Zero, ZX, Battle Network,
like ZX.
and Star Force. And only 2 of those franchises have closure. Technically Star Force if you played Star Force 3, but there was a Part 4 announced and was cancelled. And what makes me love Mega Man as a whole so much also holds it back because there's just so much to cover. I know Capcom is apprehensive in handling new tech.
And I finished another runner. That is done. Alright. Let's keep going.
These days because of the saturation.
Alright.
But that was 20 years ago. Right now
Almost
they're
done.
twiddling their thumbs while some company with a license like Nebula Joy goes off mishandling the franchise like this. And I guess this video is both me highlighting the fact and also I'm low-key venting and seething right now. Anyways, if you made it this far, thank you for watching. I want to thank the folks in the RxD Derivative Work server for giving me more topics to cover. And also a quick thank you to Brian at the Rockman Corner for taking the time to offer input. There was more I wanted to cover in this video, but it was either too many examples of the same topic, or dragged on a specific point too long. And I didn't want to include other stuff like toxic individuals running amok in the Nebula Joy Discord. But if you have any personal experiences you'd like to share, let me know. I do read and engage with the comments. But yeah, that's enough for now. Thank you for watching. See ya.
15.
Getting the BXD and PXP with the L4 BMG from BCAPs to align with the JPKs from GDC.
14.
Dan, thoughts?
I'll lock in the L4
What's left?
BMG
Basically just the waste. No, let me skip this. We're done. Basically just the waste. All I got left right now, which I'm literally at the end, is the waste. And yeah, so yeah, I'm literally right at the end. I just got to put it all together now. Which, let me see. This goes right here. Yep. Oh, and then B131. B131. Forgot about that one. There we go. All right. You got this one. You got this one. It goes this way, right? Oh, okay, it goes this way. There we go. There we go. Okay. And then this one goes right here. Alright. And then I just need this right here. Yep, almost done. Oh yeah, the shield. I forgot. What part does the shield need? Shield need B117. There we go. Okay, let's see. All right. So this goes right here. Okay, yeah, I think this, so now I can start putting all this together, right? Yep, start putting all this together. This goes right here, right? Yep, just like that. This goes right here. This goes right here. And this goes right here. All right, and yeah, then there you go. That's the waist. There you go. That's the waist. Yeah, so this is all there was. And there's the shield. So that's everything. Oh yeah. So just to see what's left and then clean up and then we'll finish it up, put it all together. So we got this right here. So it still has pieces there. That's there. You know what? I'll just clear this out right now. It's fine. I need to clear out anyway, so let's clear it out. It's perfectly okay. Alright, so just take this out. I mean, that's the beam, but I'm not going to put it together. I'll explain that in a sec. Alright. So, yep. So now, this runner's cleaned off. Totally done. Goodbye. This one still has pieces on there. Go right there. Yeah, there you go. So that's pieces on there. This one still has pieces. And this one still has pieces. PC. There you go. Alright, so that's everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and clean all this up real quick, put some of this stuff away, and then we're gonna put it together. This got to go, this needs to go in here. Yep, there's some kits, they have leftover pieces. And a lot of times it's because they're from other kits. So sometimes certain parts are just mold from other or older kits. So they just kind of like use the same one. So what's a good example of that? The kit that I have. Gundam X is a great example. Gundam X, they reuse a lot of the same parts for like Gundam DX. but then they have additional runners for the parts that makes the Gundam X, Gundam DX. So Gundam X is a really good example of that. So yeah, but anyways, let's go ahead and finish this up because we're at the end. So just want to make sure I'm not missing nothing. Yeah, I don't think we're missing anything. Oh, so this is backwards. Yeah, backwards. That's one right there. Okay, there we go. All right. So let's go ahead and put it together. Boom. Very easy. All right. First, let's go ahead and start with the legs. Just out the way. Leg 1. Leg 2. All right. I already found my first complaint. Well, second complaint. We got the legs. Let's go ahead and arms and torso. Got the arms and the torso. Oh no. Oh shoot. That's cool. All right. We're going to do the backpack. Oh, wait a minute. On torso on the right. Get all the way in there, you stupid little torso. All the way in there. There we go. We're going to do the backpack right here. All right. The shield. And now we have the head. And there you go. Oh no. Get back on there. The Shenlong. It's finally completed. There it is. There's the finished one. Whew. Right? I freaking love the way this. I'm telling you, man, the way these kits are built today, so much nicer than what they used to be. So, I'm probably not going to end this stream just yet, but what I'll do is, just in case you want to check out. Oops, that was an accident. Oh, okay, it didn't go on. Where's it at? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Alright, where you at? That's it. No, that ain't it. Where's that? Huh. There it is. Boom. So. Oh, I guess let me turn this off too. Where's that? So just in case you want to check out my little socials, there you go. Boom. Put it out the way. So make sure to follow and subscribe. I do not do that. I do not do that. I'm not sure yet. I haven't did it. Like I said, I just got it done. But also, just so you know, we're also on Vero. VRO. We're over there too. I post a new picture once every week. So there you go. I'm gonna let this finish and I'll answer your question. But just wait for this to finish. But yeah, so make sure to go check out all my other social medias. Also Vero. And so yeah. So let's see. Articulation. it's okay. Seems like the shoulders might be getting in the way. Now I don't really do articulation on my channel. There's other channels that do it, but yeah, the articulation, it ain't the best articulation I've ever had, but it's not bad. See, best way to put it. You see, it can't really do the full splits. That's how as far as the knee bend goes. If you want to see it. So, oh yeah, absolutely. Also, like I said, Vero is the better one because that's where I'm really active on. So yeah, definitely Instagram. I appreciate that. I'm actually need to post a lot more on there too. There you go. Here, let me I'll do that right now. Actually, let me see. I need to start showcasing that a lot more because I don't do a good job of showing that off at all. Where are we at? That's not what I want to do. Oh, I'm gonna move it over here. Oh, this is easier. All right, there we go. And yeah, I do want to show this off because it doesn't need to be showing off. Boom. Real quick, just showcasing this really, really quickly. There we are. There you go. There's a Vero right there. So that's the other page. So you can check me out over there too. Like I said, I try to post once a week. Yeah, I know it's a new app, but it's a very, very small. So I see there's a chance of a lot of growth. So that's it. I didn't even put the name on there. Hold on, let me get the name because I was dumb enough not to get the name on there. There it is. There we go. Yep. There we go. Let's get smart. Alright. Yeah, so there it is. That's the other page. So yes. Vero. So that's the other one I'm on. So just in case y'all were wondering, that's Vero. So there you go. So yeah, so I'm on Instagram and Vero. That's the other one I'm on. And that's where you can see my posts. I try to post once a week. There it is. But yeah. So, and again, I'm not doing the dragon thing, which that's one thing I do like, that it has a locking mechanism like the Ultron. So, I want to see what the dragon face kind of looks like. Now, I normally don't do this, because I want you to watch the shorts. So, if you want to see, appreciate it. So, but actually, make sure to check out my shorts. I'm not sure when this one's coming out, but actually, the next short will probably be this one, and you'll be able to see everything. Well, not everything, but you'll be see pretty much all the poses and stuff that I'm going to do. So, I recommend waiting and checking that one out. But yeah, really good kit. I would say right now, I'll tell you, articulation is the best. I hate that seam line right there. That seam line's not good. Because that's so it could go on a stand. And these stickers are trash. I hate the stickers. So yeah. Cool. So yep. So anyways, that's everything. That's all we got. And you know what? You know what I'll do? Because I don't want to leave just yet. I do gotta leave pretty soon here. Because I got something else to do. But you know what? I got about like 10 more minutes. So there is something I do want to do real quick before I head out. let's go ahead and oh, that's all. Come on. There we go. It should be in here, right? No, it's not that one. Which one is? Okay, it's this one. There we go. Let's play a little Gundam G Eternal before I head out. So I'll play this real quick. I have to see it. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. I have that on this phone. It's the other phone I'm worried about. This one ain't nothing to connect to it. Oh, it's Vero. V-E-R-O. That's what it's called. It's on the App Store, so wherever your App Store, you'll find it. It's called V-E-R-O. V like in victory. Okay, so I reached 100 days. What does that mean? What does 100 days get me? Wow, these cheap. 100 days, you just gave me 100. They really need to up the diamond drop rates on this game. That's my one criticism about this game. It's a great game, but just certain things they do is kind of like annoying. And then I'll move over there. Alright, what time is it? 2:20. Yeah. Let's go. I want the units, really. Because no units I'm going to build. No, not ready. There we go. Let's go. Oh, that's funny. I thought it would be up. So we're gonna play this real quick. See how bad I get through it. I was not expecting that. We're just gonna finish this up, and then we see where we at. say I'll skip. Ain't no reason to waste time. That's one. Of course. Next. All right. Let's get through all these and get to the hardest level first. I wonder if I should replace Satsuki with something else. Done. Alright, let's keep going. Man, I wish I could just skip past levels. I know I'm gonna beat easy. That's cool. Come on, let's see. Come on. Yeah, that doesn't help me at all. Should I start off with the hardest one? Yeah, let's start off with the hardest one. Why not? Get it out the way. I'm so mad I didn't get the new Gundam. I really wanted that one. The high new Gundam, my fault. High new. So mad I didn't get that one. So mad I didn't get the high new Gundam. Yep, that was Crossbone that you just saw. Yep, right there. But the one I wanted, I didn't get, and I'm mad about that, which is the high new. Oh, you did? Yeah, yeah, I don't know much about that kit. I know about the real grade one, and I heard the real grade version is not, the real grade variant isn't that good, or is it? One of those versions isn't that good. I heard one is good and then one isn't. Yeah, like I said, I definitely liked. I mean, well, the one I actually want from, the one I really want from that series is the what's it, the Ghost Gundam, I think it's called, or the Gundam Ghost. That's one I really want. Goodbye. Bye bye. Oh yeah, the Caliburn actually looks pretty cool. I do like that one. Yeah, no, yeah, no, I definitely like that design. The problem is, well, you know what? This is live stream. I'll let you know. I'll let you into a little secret. Yeah, I wasn't gonna tell nobody, but boy, if you watch a live stream, so let me see. Can I find it? Alright, let me see. Can I find it? Alright. You're done. Let's go with you. Oh, this new rock. Oh, this new rock. Oh, the Ultraman's back. Oh, it's here. We already know. Let me see. Oh yeah. I'm looking for something for you. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. So. So, what is coming? Which one should I show you? Which one shall I show? I'll show you one. The top one, I'll show you the bottom one. Okay. So it should be here next month. Let me see if I can find it. But I'm not sure. But the next one that all you can vote for, that's coming, and it's just one of them that's coming next month. Well, it should be next month. I'm gonna be mad if it's not, but I'm positive it's coming next month. It is. I know, right? I love the theme of that. It's gonna be one of the kids next month. I should be next month that you can vote for if you want to build on live stream. So this is a little preview for y'all who watch the live stream. That should be one of your choices. Should be. Because that should be coming in next month. So don't hold me to that because I'm not looking at the schedule right now, but I think that's going to be the next kit that you're going to be able to vote for that I build on stream. So just wanted to give you that little Easter egg for y'all who are actually checking out the stream. Yep, that's it. VRO. Oh, where do you go? Oh, here on YouTube. You know what? Here, I'll even show you. I'll even show you. So if you want to know where to vote for any of my builds, let me go to it. Okay, cool. So if you ever want to know where to vote, let me go to it. Where no. Oh. So you go here. You go to the YouTube channel, Unknown Game channel. You go to. Where's that? It's not showing. Oh, there it is. Post. And right here, every month, this has already been voted on, but every month you could vote for the next kit I built. So I haven't looked at this in a while. Let's see. So going back here, I've already built the G06, the 04, the 0088, the Jumoa I did for my birthday month. Ultron's built, Death Sight's built. See. Yes, this 0080, the 0088 Seta's built. Shenlong, you know, we just did it just now. The Toggies, you voted for that. That got built. Heavy Arms is built. No, Heavy Arms you voted for this month. Toggies is built. And right now, Shenlong was today. So next month, you're gonna be able to vote. So that's where you can find it at. Vero, VERO is what it's called. Let me see if I can find a link. Let me see if I can post a link. While I'm on that webpage. Oh, you know what? No, actually, I can't do it that way. Where am I tripping? Let me see. I will post it. Oh, YouTube sucks. It won't. I can't post in here. Okay. And go straight to the direct YouTube. There. I posted. Can I pin it? There you go. I pinned it, so it's in chat. That's my Vero link, so it's right there. So there's the link. That should take you right to it. So there you go. If you're looking for my Vero, there's the link. What? Oh my. Oh jeez. I should have watched that. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's go here. Thomas, okay. Now, where is it? Alright, I got it. We're already done. We're done with that one. Shout out to Kick for labeling. Ooh, I don't know if I'm supposed to do that, but for actually labeling. Oh yeah, appreciate it. Oh man, I gotta get back in the gym too, man. That's motivation. Thanks for coming on. I definitely appreciate it. And yeah, man, come on to the next live stream. Absolutely. I'm trying to live stream once a week, but we definitely do monthly bills. So yeah, definitely. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, don't fall. Where's my skip pass? That's nice. The next one. All right. One more. Go ahead and check. Jeez. Freedom is a beast. Man, my Strike Freedom is a beast. I don't care what anybody said. Strike Freedom is one of the best. I'm so happy I maxed that. All I gotta do is just get... I want to max it out because Freedom is just does damage for me. Alright, now this is where things get difficult. Because the goal is I want to get to 150. Alright. So let me see how it works. Okay, Master League. That's what I want to get to. Okay. Alright, this is where things gonna start getting hard. Still just a little bit okay. You see, I need to build up more of my suit. Okay, cool. What? Wait, whoa. He can attack twice? What? When did this happen? When were they able to attack? Oh, I'm not happy about that. Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're doing good. We're doing well. We're doing well. We're getting through it. Cool. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Because I'm not summoning for any of these. I don't want none of them. The only one I want, I didn't get. So I don't care. Which is the new Gundam. Hi, new Gundam. Sorry about that. Wait a minute, what? Okay. Wow, okay. Shout out to Strike Freedom. This one does damage for me. I'm happy I got the Strike Freedom. Strike Freedom is Strike Freedom is the ish. I love Strike Freedom. That's my boy. I may have to buy that kit and build it. Strike Freedom is just doing like I may have to one of these days go and buy the Strike Freedom kit. I might have to buy the Strike Freedom kit. It might need to get bought. It's doing so well for me in this game. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Alright. Okay, gotta change some things. Alright, that means some stuff gotta get changed. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'll come back. I'll come back. Cause that means I gotta adjust some things, which is okay. I'm okay with that. Oh, what is this? I'm okay with that one. So mad I don't have high note. I'm so mad about that one. I'm mad about that one. I don't even care about any of the future banners. I don't care about Thunderbolt Gundam. I don't care about that one. I didn't get Death Side, I didn't get high note. Gee. There we go. Done. Alright, here we go. I'm actually using why I need to get to 150, right? Let me check. I just want to check. Okay, see, I just gotta get to 150 and I'm done. Alright, let's go. Start with the hardest one. Alright, basically it's the same lineup besides 2 suits. Alright, let's see what happens. This is I want to watch this one. See what happens. Oh, that's not good.
私もすでに覚悟はできています。好きにはさせない。私もすでに覚悟はできています。
Yeah, freedom's gone. You need to get strike freedom. Now go attack strike freedom, will be fine. If you don't attack strike freedom, we're screwed. Ah! Why did you attack him? No! Why did you do that? Ugh. Yep. All because you freaking did attack strike freedom next. Why did you freaking... Oh, jeez. The only reason why I lost because you needed to attack strike freedom, but you decided to attack the other one. That's the only reason why I lost. That was stupid. That's stupid. All you had to do was attack strike freedom and you would have won. That's it. Instead, you attack somebody else. That's annoying. All you had to do was strike freedom. I would have won that one. All you had to do was attack strike freedom. All you had to do was attack strike freedom. That's it. All I need to do is hit 150 and I'm good. That's it. Why don't you ever attack the strike freedom? I know the reason why that's happening because none of these stupid suits are actually going after strike freedom. They're like trying to attack it last. And I need you to attack that one first. I know that's what's happening. The only reason why that's happening is because you're not going after strike freedom first. If you go after strike freedom first, I'm fine. But they don't go after strike freedom first. So they leave him alive and then it just takes me out. Vice versa, I did the same thing too. But if it has a strike freedom, you gotta take out strike freedom as fast. You gotta take. Oh god. Wow. Okay, I gotta change some things up. Don't worry, I'm gonna change it up. Don't worry, I'm about to change a couple of things up. I'm on lightning out strike thing, which is alright. I'm gonna go with this one. And now that's will change the formation. Let's go ahead. Let's do this, and then we'll change the formation after this. Yeah, I lost. Okay. Alright, time to change the formation. Let's go back. Let's make some changes. Because that shouldn't have been a loss. Alright, let's try to move some stuff around. Let's try this one. See that works. Ooh. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I want this. Alright. Alright, I got that high new. Its problem is. Okay. Can I move something out? I don't think. Let's see if he's better. Let's see if this is better. Let's try this one. Let's try. Let's see what happens. We'll see. I think. No. We'll see. Let's see if this works better. I don't know. Let's see what it is. Everybody else but the high new because of the defender. Okay, I see the problem. Alright, I see where I'm losing. Oh, I see where the issue's at. Alright. How can I correct that one? Alright. Let's go back to this one. This one's just taking out strike. That one is I have a defense issue. Alright, let's see.
No, yamero.
私もすでに覚悟はできています。
Yeah, he's just. The problem is you gotta take out strike and not do fun with everything else. guys start with strike. Yep. Now attack side, attack side, attack side, attack side. Nope, of course not. Yeah, that's it. Because you gotta get rid of strike. Strike got to go first. Yeah, doesn't matter. Strike. Strike's alive. As long as strike lives, I can't win. I gotta beat strike. Or I don't think I have any. Do I have any defenders? Let me see. You gotta get out. You gotta get rid of strike first. That's the problem. How many defenders? I have one. Let's try it. Let's try it. Alright, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Cause maybe having a defender might help. Cause the problem is strike. Strike kicks my butt. Oh, well that's not gonna work. Oh yes, yes it will. But you defend the wrong. You defend the wrong one. You defended the wrong one. I didn't even defend that. I don't want to defend. Yeah, so it works. Let's just look at that. It works. Alright. Try something else. Alright, so that's right. Let me try something else. Oh, I gotta get off of here. Alright, let's try now. Let's try now, let's see what happens. Oh, that helped.
私もすでに覚悟はできています。聞いてくれ。
Yo. Oh no. That's why. Yeah, that was close. Yeah, that was closer. Okay. Okay, I see it. Okay. One more change, I might be okay. Let me try one more change, and I might be able to win this one. Alright, let me check. Let me try one more change. Yeah, that's close. Let me do one more change. You gotta go. You're not gonna work. I need... Let's try now. Okay, now let's try. Let's see. Let's see if this works. I think this might work. I think this might be the one. I realize the issue. Wait a minute, what? Yeah. Okay, you out second. Take you out third. There you go. I knew it. One little fix, all it takes. There you go. All right. Oh crap. All right. It's just one little fix. One little fix, and I do it. That's all it takes. One little fix. All right. Yep. One little fix, that's all I need. See that? You see that? Just a couple of adjustments and that's it. That's all you need. Boom. Hope I can do this before my phone dies. Alright, yep. This is the last one. This one's a little difficult, but let's see if it works. A little change sometimes, all you need. I knew, problem. Yeah, I knew this. The high new goes last, that's the issue. So close, we're so close. I need to watch it. Alright. We got threes. Let's see this. I just want to try it. Let's see. Let's see. After this, I have to. Hopefully my phone doesn't die. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, alright. Alright, my phone's about to die, so. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. So I'm gonna unplug it because my phone is literally about to die, sadly. But anyway, we did pretty good. We did pretty good. We did pretty good. We did pretty good. We didn't do too bad. We did pretty good. So, probably off stream, I'll hit 150. Maybe I'll do it in the video. Yeah, maybe I'll do a video. But anyways, I'm going to get up off of here. I want to thank y'all for checking out the live stream. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure to follow. Wrong way. Make sure to follow and subscribe. You see the social media tags right there. So make sure to follow me over there. Definitely appreciate it. Oh, man. Yeah, I got to hit him up. So, yep. I want to thank y'all for definitely checking out this stream. Definitely appreciate it. Also, we're on Vero, which I put up earlier, but I'll put up again right here. Is that it? No, that's not it. That's up there. Okay, there we go. Nope, that's the wrong one. There you go. That's where you can find me at. Make sure to check me out on Vero. There you go. And beyond that, that's all I have left. I want to thank y'all for checking out the stream. Make sure to check out the shorts, because this will be the next short that I put up. And there's not much else to say. Thank y'all. Definitely appreciate y'all. And yeah, I'll see y'all in the next one. Alright. Have a good one. And yeah, and of course, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. You know, because again, we're about what, 49 subscribers away from the next. Yeah, we're about 49 subscribers away from the next milestone. So please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button so we can actually hit the next milestone. Alright, with that being said, have a good one, and I'll see y'all in a future video. Alright.